Okay, I think we're ready to start.
Oh, crazy.
Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, May the 7th, 2024, and it's approximately 6:30 in the evening. And as you can see, we do have all city council members present and we have a quorum. And I've asked Mr. Campos, Councilmember Campos, to please lead us in the pledge. If you please stand. Thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Agenda item number 2 is citizens to be heard. Is there anyone in the chambers that would like to address the council on any issue? We usually do take comments on agenda item issues, but if you have to leave early and you want to comment on an agenda item issue, that's fine. But if not, if you'd like to come to the podium and state your name and just generally where you live, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Diaz, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Abraham Diaz, 6014 Kinman Drive. It's been brought to my attention that the developer for the Seneca West has not, and I repeat, has submitted anything to the city. And I'm here to tell you that he's not going to. Okay, it's a ploy. What he's waiting for is for Mr. Stevens to come off the council and a new person to come on, because he knows that new person is probably going to abstain because this new person does not know too much about it, even though the citizens of my area are trying to talk to this new council person, but I guess she doesn't want to talk. So what's going to happen on that day is that he's going to bring it back for May the 21st. It will be back on the agenda, I guarantee you. Now, I know for a fact that Councilman Bradshaw and Councilman Martinez are going to vote yes. Councilman Phillips will say no. So, Mr. Orozco, it's going to come down to you. Okay? Yes or no, please do not abstain. Give us a yes or a no vote. If you go no, then we got a 2-2 tie. And it goes to the mayor. Now, me and the mayor have been on the council before, and we have not agreed on a lot of things, but one thing I agree upon with the mayor, she does listen. She does listen to the citizens, and I can guarantee you she'll bring a no vote. So I am here to tell you that this is what's going to happen. Shahadi will come back the week of the 20-something, whatever it is, and ask to be put back on the original document. That is an untruthful developer. Now, if he's untruthful with that, then how do you think the development is going to go? It's wrong from the start. And Councilman Stevens hit the nail on the head at the last meeting when he said he's asking for this because he knows that he's got 2-2 now. And with the third one, possibly. Because Mr. Orozco did say, he's kind of iffy, and let's hear him out, and you gave him the opportunity. And thank you, you gave him that opportunity. But he hasn't stepped forward. You've given me an opportunity, I'd be the next day with my next plan. It has not happened. Okay? So, I'm telling you, the new person is going to abstain, and it'll be 2-1 with you, Mr. Orozco, as the deciding vote. And I encourage you and I urge you to say no so that the vote goes to the mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to comment on the process?
No, I mean, he can bring back his project as is, and it can come on the May 21st.
That's the one that was
been presented
front.
this whole
Okay.
time because we've done we've done all of the stuff required for that project.
Right.
So he could come on the 21st, or he could request that he put his original item back on the agenda for y'all to take a vote. That could be a request. In my couple of conversations with him, because we had to provide him different worksheet scenarios for the rough proportionality items that we had to give him, I think that, sorry, that was his timer. Those numbers came in, y'all saw them, I emailed them to you, were substantial. So I don't know what he's going to do, but he has not submitted a new application.
But if he has a completely new application, that
It
has
has
to go
to
through
start
the
over. That
planning
was
and
the
zoning.
motion, correct.
So I just want everybody to know that.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate those comments. Anyone else like to address the council? Yes, sir. In the back and then in the front. I'm sorry. Thank you. And I'm so glad you're here. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and where you reside.
Good evening, Council. My name's Jaime Avila.
Hi,
I
Jaime.
own the barbecue restaurant on Monte Barbecue right next door. And my concern is the new fence that y'all put up right alongside the back property of our property. Well, not our property, but of our business. And right now, it just looks very, very unappealing, very unattractive. It looks actually like a prison fence. You know, it's a chain link fence that's 10 feet tall with barbed wire and razor wire, you know, all along the fence line. I do have pictures here.
Okay. If you'll give them to Crystal Miranda and she could pass them on. I have not seen the fence.
You know, when we did the backyard, you know, our biggest focus was being family friendly. And with the way that it looks right now, it's an eyesore. Once you turn that corner into our backyard, it is very unappealing. It is very, I'd have to say the word ugly. You know, like I said, it looks like a prison as soon as you walk looking back that way. You know, I understand, you know, the impound is going to be back there, but, you know, when we did this, there was no plans for the impound being back there. So, you know, it's, like I said, it looks like a prison. It's not very family friendly, very unattractive, very unappealing, very uninviting for people to come in and actually eat at the restaurant in our backyard. You know, so it's just one of those things where, you know, I'm not sure what can be done. You know, I do want to get it, you know, fixed somehow. And then probably the last piece is that the barbed wire and razor wire is overhanging on our side of the fence. I do have a picture of that. You know, so my dad's here as well, so.
Yeah, I mean.
And could you state your name, please?
Jaime Avila Senior.
Okay, Senior. Okay, thank
Jaime
you.
Avila Senior. I'm also part owner of the El Monte Barbecue. And the whole idea of our restaurant was to provide a family-friendly environment so that the residents could come and enjoy a nice barbecue plate with when you guys helped us do this, you know, approve the proposal, and it was very comfortable, especially in the evening. You come and you've got all this natural beauty in the back. We lost all that, so you have customers coming in, and it's an eye opener. As soon as you walk back there, it seems like you're in a prison yard. And so instead of having a family-friendly backyard patio, now we have a prison-type patio backyard. The kids, they look at it and it's like, are there prisoners back there? Well, no, there's no prisoners. But it really looks like a prison yard back there. And like Jaime stated, the razor-sharp wire is primarily on our side of the fence. It's hanging over the side of the fence. It looks ugly.
Okay.
And it's just not
All right.
business friendly.
Okay.
And I know this council is business friendly.
Yes, sir.
It is not business friendly, guys.
Right.
Just
So,
walk out there and you'll see it.
okay, very
so-
good. Thank you. I was going to ask Dr.
Yes.
Caldera to
So,
address your concern.
The project's not complete. And so regardless if impound lot was going back there or not, we have to put barbed wire around where the police department portion is, because you're supposed to protect those cars. You're supposed to have it all the way around to protect your police vehicles as well. But we had heard the complaint earlier on in the week, and so we were already looking at providing some vision proofing on the other side of the fence, but we need to finish the entire project first. And so we're looking at different options, either like a lattice board with something on that side. So we'll be able to cover the barbed wire portion of your fence. That's something that we're already taking a look at. I already told Melinda, the Public Works Director. I did, you know, as soon as it went up, we were like, oh, yeah, that's going to be a problem. Now there is an easement, so where your property fence line is at, so we can kind of, our barbed wire can flip, like, not onto your property, but it can go hang over the fence line, if that makes any sense. But we are going to put some sort of vision proofing on the side of your property in order to I don't know what it's going to look like yet, but we'll have some sort of vision proofing to help with the barbed wire. Now, I would probably let you know, like, I know you'll have kids and stuff back there. I don't want a kid to try to climb over the fence because there's barbed wire there, so I would probably put posters or something up, you know, to make sure that they know that that's on the other side of the fence. But we'll put some sort of vision proofing. I just don't know what that looks like yet.
Can I ask a question? What was there before?
Huh?
What was there before?
So it's,
Oh,
no,
we've heard
it's
this. So
the
what was
iron,
there
it's the,
before?
it's the iron fence, but as part of the original plans for the building, there was supposed to be actually an electric fence.
Oh.
And the problem with the electric fence was TML was a little iffy about somebody getting hurt with the electric fence. So we landed on barbed wire, it just was never done.
I see.
And so we're
Thank you.
supposed to protect the police parking lot. And that was going on when we had the First Amendment auditors, and we were going through this whole conversation, and the gate had to be repaired 2 or 3 times. I mean, it was a mess. But, so the barbed wiring, it's supposed to actually be completely around the whole police parking lot to protect the police. If you go to the city of San Antonio and you look in the police parking lot, it's, all of their cars are protected. So they're supposed to be, and originally it was supposed to be an electric fence. And then our insurance company kind of advised not to. Since we were going ahead and doing the impound lot, we said, okay, just go ahead and just finish the fencing and do that portion of the fence. And so the barbed wire is coming across, which encroaches on their pieces of property. So when I did see it and we were talking about it at the staff meeting, I said, well, let's take a look at some, as part of the project, some sort of vision proof. I don't know enough about fences to know what that will look like, but we're already investigating it.
Can I ask a question?
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
So whenever there's a government property and then there's a proposal to build something, there is no consideration on the impact to the
To the property owner. So your property owner was notified.
So he was notified?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So you'll be in touch with the Avila family on this?
Now, I don't know if
next-
I think he was from my understanding, he wasn't in the States, but I don't know.
Okay. Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. We appreciate it. All right. Yes, sir. If you'll come to the podium and state your name and where you reside, please.
My name is Mark Bird. I reside at
Okay.
6618 Forest Bend North. I've been up here before about being singled out and harassed by code enforcement, which falls under the police department. At that time, I came up here and I sat down with, I think he's quit now, the code enforcement guy. But we sat down, I made another driveway. I did everything he asked, or y'all asked, or however done. I've been given tickets. Now I got some $1,000 a day fine thing for a car that's, I have no clue whose it is. They took pictures of somebody working in the street on it. But it's under, I got the code violations or whatever for it. It's not my vehicle. Never was. They keep saying I'm running a business. I'm not running a business out of there. I have toys, be it four-wheel drives, motorcycles, or whatever. I own everything there. I have titles for them. They might not be registered, but I do have the title for it. I was given a ticket that I go to court tomorrow for working on my own vehicle in my own driveway. I got numerous pictures of people working on their vehicles. I got a couple, let's see, there's a Mustang still in an intersection, no motor, no front end, in an intersection jacked up on 2 jack stands. I've been there for 3 weeks. I've been taking pictures and going by to show that. But yet, they don't get harassed. They don't get fined. Nobody goes and even talks to them. But me, I can't even sit on the curb for 30 minutes and it's already, well, your tarp is not this, this is not that, and that. And now they go back to a 1972 code. I mean, sure, I have a couple of neighbors that don't like me. We don't get along. I don't associate with them. I know they're friends of the chief because they verbally let that be known to everybody around all the time. I don't know if y'all know them or not. It's irrelevant. But I'm tired of getting singled out. I just want to be left alone. Treat me as everybody else. You know. And how do I know all these? I got pictures of trailers and yards that's been there over years. They don't get harassed. Nobody comes to their house. You know, the neighbor, okay, he gets his friends to call, you know, this little line, anonymous line.
most of the people they call don't even live in the neighborhood. I mean, 15 calls? No, I don't believe that. One time, this time, that time. Sometimes, yeah, my house in the front gets a little messy if I got a project and I don't clean up, but I do clean it up when the project's done.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Byrd. Your time is up, but I think you said you're going to the court tomorrow, so I would communicate to the judge.
Why do I have to pay the ticket? They told me to put that there. That's what I'm saying. Why am I held accountable for something that y'all's law enforcement agency told me to put there, and how to do it, and how wide? And now they tell me I can move to the other side of the house?
Okay. Thank you so much for expressing your concern to the council this evening. Do appreciate it. All right. Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. All right. Seeing no one else, then we'll move to presentation. Presentation 3.1, discussion and direction to staff on a proposed park survey. And our Public Works Director was going to present, but she is on vacation, much deserved. And Dr. Caldera, did you want to start it off? And then we have our park chairman, Roger Christensen, here that will continue.
Yes. So I told Melinda's on vacation, her first vacation, and I don't even know how long. However, we've been emailing, so I don't know what kind of vacation she's on.
It's a working vacation.
It's a working vacation. But Roger Christensen's going to come up here and go through the survey with y'all. The Park Commission does a good job of turning out a survey every few years. I think the last survey was about 5 or 6 years ago. It was very similar to this survey here, and they get a lot of good feedback from their survey. So a couple of things tonight. I want you to go through the survey, give any feedback that you would like. It can go back to the Park Commission. The other thing is how you want it distributed. If you want to put it back in put it as an insert in the Lion's Roar. I think we did that one year. Or do you want to handle it like we handled the other survey for y'all? And then just keep in mind that was about $6,000 to do that survey.
That was the garbage survey.
The garbage survey. So just keeping in mind that those do cost money when we do it. So if you want to do an electronic survey, again, that we can do that free of charge, but I know most of y'all like to do the mail-out survey. So just to keep that in mind, there are some costs associated with doing a survey.
If we were to put it inside the Lion's Roar, would it be the responsibility of the resident to get it back to the?
Correct. I mean,
So we wouldn't have a envelope or anything there.
So again, in order to manage it, because then they come and they get extra surveys, they go to the library and pick up extra surveys. With your trash survey, we're only taking one per address.
That's right.
And so we did have a couple of people submit a few times, from addresses, and we cut them all out of the trash survey, and we only took one.
Okay.
When they do it this way, addresses aren't really listed on this survey, and so you do get people that fill out surveys multiple times. That's the only thing that I kind of saw with this particular survey. That's a little bit less controlled.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right. So let's hear from Mr. Christensen, and then we'll open it up for questions from our council and to the members of our chambers.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Council and city leadership and residents of Leon Valley. My name is Roger Christensen. I've enjoyed living at my home on Stirrup Lane for the past 44 years. I've served on the Leon Valley Park Commission under the leadership of both Mayor Meffert and now on Mayor Riley. At the Park Commission, and I might back up and say, this is my second, if not third, involvement in Park Commission master plans. We put quite a bit of work and thought into it. At the Commission, we tried to narrow I can't say the scope, but the depth and detail of the master plan that we're submitting and suggesting the council consider tonight. We wanted to shorten it to make it easier to respond and less time consuming, and we feel that we'll get a better response rate in doing so. We have a couple suggestions that have been received recently for improvements to the master plan format itself, but I think they're just minor and not significant. So with that, I'm ready to discuss this in depth or answer any questions that you might have.
All right.
Crystal, can you scroll down just a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was pretty straightforward and all encompassing. I guess I had the question about how we were going to get the survey out, so we can talk about that. If we were going to, have it mailed or through the Lions Roar, that's one issue. But I guess I was going up to quality and maintenance. I know what maintenance is, but quality means how does the equipment look versus, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if, anyway, I just thought we needed to maybe clarify that. I don't know.
That's how we maintain the park. So sometimes people complain that the park isn't maybe kept up with, and the equipment, we have to oil some of the swings, and so it's just whether or not they're satisfied with the
So
upkeep. and
people will
maintenance.
generally know, okay.
Especially if they visit the park. We have frequent
Yeah.
people that frequent
Okay.
the park.
That was just my two comments on this. Anybody else have anything on the dais? Yes, Mr. Campos.
Mr. Christensen, thank you again for all you do for the city of Leon Valley. I had a question. You said that you've been through this several times. This park, like a park survey, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, in your past experience, what was the most effective way you've seen to distribute copies of this to our residents?
Well, that's really not my area of expertise. Having done the thing in the past, I think the most effective thing and the most important thing is that we get a response from the residents who we're sending the surveys to. Now, whether we do it electronically, through the mail, through the Lions Roar, I really don't have any information to say which might be better.
Okay. So then I think we do need to put an address on this. If we put it on the Lions Roar, that there's a blank where we do insert our address.
So then we can keep track of
Right.
multiple responses.
And one thing that I didn't, I don't know, is there a reservation system
Yes,
for
we
the
do.
park?
Yes.
So I don't see a question related to that. And also, there's not a question related to availability of the fields themselves. In going through and talking to different citizens, they said, you know what? When we try to use the field for soccer, apparently one day, I don't know how often, but there's people who play cricket there.
So people can rent, you can rent the soccer fields and the softball fields. It's part of they've been doing that for years. And so during soccer season, even football season, we have people that come in beginning of April and rent it out for the whole year, for various hours. And so there are, those amenities are taken throughout the year. And so if that's something council wants to take a look at as far as rental of those facilities, now that's up to y'all, and y'all can add that at a later time. But those amenities have been rented in the park for as long as I have been here.
Wow. In the 45 years that I've lived here, I never knew you could rent out the field.
Yep.
I knew you could rent out the pavilion,
Yeah.
but never the field. So,
The only thing we don't allow is for you to rent out everything at one time, because we'll have people that try to rent out the large pavilion, the soccer field, is to try to take the whole park. We don't allow that. But you can rent out the pavilion, and then we have somebody else come and rent the soccer fields or softball fields, but it is rented throughout the year.
maybe that somehow can be put in here, or at least if it goes into the Lions Roar, that you can advertise that, because I wasn't aware of that. And I on the back, number 9, trails you'd like to have, again, I don't know if there's a way to qualify that whether you have a pickleball court, climbing wall, it's all subject to our budget and the priority of our needs.
Or maybe
here.
rate it. What's the most important to you? I don't know,
Yeah.
Well, that's why it's part of your master plan. And so it's part of a plan, whether or not you have funding for it isn't really necessarily taken into consideration, but that's how we got the grants for the segment 1 and 2 of the hike and bike trail, is because y'all voted that y'all wanted more trail systems here, and then when we started going for grants, through TxDOT and MPO and all of those things, we showed that our master plan and the citizens wanted these amenities, and that's how we were able to get funding for those items. So even though you may not have the funding now, it helps for us to go for those types of grants. Like the Texas Parks and Wildlife, they do have like a dog park grant every year. And so it's helpful for us to have those things encompassed in a plan because we submit that as a desire for the city or for the community.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, Mr. Stevens.
So I kind of understand what he's saying, and I think about it a little bit differently. Like, and I at first I thought, what if we added the word availability? So when it says, please check your level of satisfaction with the availability, quality, and maintenance for each of the following. But then why even have any of the, like, like, what if somebody wants to tell us that, like, every time they try to play basketball, like, the basketball courts are used up, and so they'd like to see more basketball courts, or every time they try to, play volleyball, it's taken, or parking's hard to find on Saturday, like, there's not really a space except for at the very bottom. But what if instead on question 8 we just put, please check your level of satisfaction with each of the following with the ranking system, and then put like a free text section below that, and it's essentially just for like comments above. So then for the people that are like the soccer field complaint, or whatever the issue might be, because we do kind of need to identify those problems, because I think oftentimes there might be a solution for them. I actually I learned about the rental of the fields not too long ago, but I also have realized, like, San Antonio, a lot of the parks allow you to rent all like fields and everything. Like San Antonio has that in Bexar County as well. So I think it's kind of common, and I think it's important for like leagues and stuff that want to practice to be able to have a for sure time, and they pay a little bit for it.
Well, and it helps with conflict, because we do have it happen quite often where we get people that come and say, I'm using the field, and they're like, nope, I rented it. And so my understanding is before the rental, there was a lot of, the police were having to respond to lots of conflict of like who was there first. They left their bag there. They had it saved all day so they could use it, and so when you rent it for a specific time, whether it's the fields or the pavilion, they're rented and there's proof that you've rented it, and the officers have a way to say they're allowed to be here, you need to leave.
Right.
And that actually happened this weekend where somebody tried to have an argument at the large pavilion saying that they rented the large pavilion. Well, no, the person was like, no, I rented it, paid for it, and had the permit. So it does help with those kinds of
Right,
things.
and then the person that got kicked off they learn that, okay, if they really want it next time, they need to rent it. I also, so I kind of like the mayor's idea of somehow ranking the add-ons, like, and we've identified, I think you would call them, like, I guess, capital improvements that are possibilities in the next 10 years. And so skate park, splash pad, dog park, climbing wall, pickleball courts, that type of thing. It might be valuable to have like some type of ranking system. So then, because like a lot of people might just be like, check, 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 check. And that's really not valuable to the council when we're on a limited budget. What would be more valuable is to have the everything ranked in order of like what is the most wanted and desired add-on, and then what is the least. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradshaw.
So on that note of the ranking, I like that idea. And if you've ever, I was telling Mr. Mata actually, when I go to Whataburger and I print my receipt, and it says take a survey and you get a free Whataburger when you buy a drink and a fries, right? And everything's so expensive nowadays, so I go and do that, and it's like $6 for a combo meal, right? Like, and then I buy it with the receipt. And then they give me another receipt that says, take our survey, and you get, so it's just like a continuous thing. But in their survey, right, how satisfied were you with the cleanliness of the restaurant? Very satisfied, not satisfied. And I think one thing we're missing from here, because we have the same thing, we have a good format, but you need to put NA or I'm not, it doesn't apply to me, because they say cleanliness of the restroom. Well, I didn't use the restroom, right? Yeah. So you had to say NA. So I think you need to do that on here, because some people are going to say, oh, the volleyball courts. Oh, I'm very satisfied. Do you ever go to the volleyball court? No. So you're taking their feedback, but you don't have, but they don't ever use it, right? And you're using that in the score. So I'd put an NA for one, or like doesn't apply or never use type of thing, something where it's clear. And then I like Councilor Stevens' idea too about, I would put it in the same format of these are proposed other things, how important are these two? And they have pickleball courts, climbing wall, dog park, skate park, splash pad. Have them in a list, and then say very important, or I would not use it. Very important, somewhat important, not important, something like that, so that people can, then you'll get data that shows what do they care most about, what are they really interested in, a dog park or a skate park or whatever.
So you like the very important over number ranking?
I'm sorry.
I mean, yeah, it's the same type of thing. Number.
I'm thinking about space.
I was
5
going to say
to
number
1.
ranking might be easier, but
Yeah, in
still.
order of importance, you could do that, 5 to 1,
I think
right?
so.
You could do it like that either way. But yeah, I was thinking more of the format of the above, like you have. And like I said, I'm used to, instead of a grid like this, because people are going to see, okay, do I check it or do I write something in there? You could do that too. Or just put the bubbles where they say on a rating. You could shrink it down if you do that.
Yeah.
good comments. Thank you. Mr. Martinez, you're next.
Number one, I agree with Councilor Bradshaw about get rid of this graph on here and just put the circles with the choices and NA on, because some people may not use one of the items. As for this survey, I think we should be very fiscal responsible and not mail it out. Put it in the Lions Roar, put it in the e-news, have it be where people can pick it up here. I like the address of the idea of putting an address line on there, and with getting rid of this graph on here, shrinking that down, that's going to give you a lot more room to rate the amenities, pickleball courts and stuff, and a place to put the address. So we can still keep it to a one-sheet survey, but I would not be in favor of mailing it out.
Okay. Anyone else feel the same way or feel differently? Mr. Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much for coming up here. I'm going to go a little bit from the subject, but this survey is going to be sent out to the citizens of Leon Valley. Since being in the Park Commission, can you tell me is it your priorities at the moment? What is the concern of the Park Commission? We're going to hear from the people of Leon Valley. What is the Park Commission thinking at the moment?
Let me compose my answer. Well, first of all, I want to respond to Councilman Campos. It's my understanding that all public areas are available on a first-come, first-serve unless they're reserved. By that I mean when the athletic field is not reserved. Certainly I've seen cricket being played. I can't tell you the number of people that have enjoyed flying kites from that field. Once again, it's not in competition. It's just if it's not reserved, it's open. And I hope I've clarified that point a little bit. I think the main concern of the Park Commission is being responsible to the park users and the residents of Leon Valley. I'm also a member of the Leon Valley Community Garden, and I visit with people quite frequently who use our park. And I'm commonly told that one of the things that we really enjoy about it is the safety aspect and the maintenance aspect. I know one couple that travels frequently from Alamo Ranch just because of the amenities we have. In addition to our concerns to further gauge and get input from the citizens, we are holding our Park Commission meetings throughout the summer and into the fall at the various parks. We're inviting the local residents specifically to come and visit with us and share their concerns. Our next Park Commission is this Monday, and we're meeting at the Big Pavilion at Raymond Rinkus. And we certainly invite anybody that's concerned or has a comment to make to come in and share it with us.
And what time is that? What time is that, Roger? What time?
We meet at 6:30.
Okay, very good.
And,
Thank you.
and where I was going with this, on the way here to work, my third job here, I pass on, I go down Everest to Potts Road and come up, and there had to be at least 300 to 400 kids there. And obviously, you guys are doing a good job to keep that park straight. And it didn't matter to me whether they're from Leon Valley or around the area. They were there using our park. and you guys are doing a good job. If not, they wouldn't have been there. Thank you.
Adds to the quality of our life here, having a park system. Really does. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So just one comment on the survey, whether we do it electronically or in the Lions or whatever. Do we have results yet of the trash survey?
So that's coming at your next council meeting.
Okay, so I don't mean it for like what were the results,
Right.
but I just mean like a percentage. How many people replied electronically versus
Yeah.
how many?
So
people
you had way more
replied
people respond by
mail.
Okay,
A
so-
lot more.
Okay, so that's good to know. So that would make me lean towards sending it out. That's what.
Same here. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
I was going to ask, do you recall how many people did the last one? How many responses did we get? About?
You know, I really don't know, but it was at least several hundred. And in the city of our size, that's a significant response. But no, I don't have the exact,
Okay.
exact number. I
Yeah.
wasn't prepared to answer that question.
And was it mailed or?
I
It was
believe
put in the
last
line.
I
one
thought it was
was
in the Lions Roar, and I
Was it-
thought we got like 20% response. I
Yeah,
mean,
we got
people
a really
really
good
like
response.
to
Was
give
it,
their
did we
opinion.
add like an addressed envelope?
No. Mm-mm,
No,
we did
it was,
not.
if I remember correctly, it was a perforated edge. You just tore it out and you could drop it off in the drop box out here in front of City Hall.
Or you could
Or
mail
you could
it.
bring it in, or you could drop it off at the library, whatever was convenient for you. And people dropped off. So we did have a really good response rate. Again, we didn't have addresses listed. I don't know how many of those were
Duplicates? and stuff?
duplicates or not.
Yeah, so my only concern with the Lions Roar is that the apartments don't get them. And like, I feel like that's like cutting out 30% of our population. You know, we're taking that ability to fill out the survey from them because they don't get the Lions Roar.
So they also don't get when we mail it out. We give the apartments a chunk of them, and the apartments put it out per the apartment complexes. They don't like us to send to resident by unit number because some of their units are vacant. And so they don't like those vacant mailboxes to get filled with junk mail. So that's why they don't allow us to send the Lions Roar and or mail, but we can drop off and make it available at the front office, which we did with this survey, and we did get a few back from the apartment complexes because they can go down and grab the survey. A lot of the respondents from the apartment complexes actually are the electronic survey. They get the QR code from
Yeah,
whatever.
so that's interesting. Well, so if we put the address in, and we put it in the Lions Roar, and then we also put it on social media and stuff, and require the address whether you do it electronically or
Right.
kind of like we did with
The trash survey.
the garbage. Yes, that would make sense because then you could have the apartment complexes and the Lions Roar and all of that. I did have one other comment that I was just thinking about. It wasn't addressed on here at all, but I was thinking about that because I recall when I think I went to the meeting when y'all discussed the food trucks in the park, and we approved that, and the program was enacted and everything. I've never seen a food truck there, and so it just made me interested in maybe why that is. I'm certain that if we polled residents, they would like to see that. Like, did we make it too bureaucratic or like too many barriers for people to come and park there or what? But just made me think
It's still available. I mean, you still can, and we did it. I mean, you don't even need, you can get the permit, you can use the same permit because y'all put it in there, because y'all didn't want them to have to go through the permitting process here, but they could use the one from the county here. And so, but they do have to register. I mean, we need to know that they're gonna be in the park. But, I mean, we can do a blast on Facebook and kind of let people know that it's open.
Yeah, usually if you start a new program and nobody signs
You're right,
up for it,
we haven't
you've
gotten
not done
one
something
food
right.
truck over there, have we? Yeah,
Yeah.
It's been a while, too. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Christensen, for all your efforts, and thank the Park Commission as well. And have we given you a lot of information?
I took
to-
notes, and I'll give them to
Okay,
Melinda,
very
and
good.
we'll make sure that we make some of
And
the
then,
suggestions that were made.
as far as how do we get this out, did I hear that we wanted to wait and see the feedback on the garbage before we make a
That's up to
decision?
y'all.
Is
I
that what
don't, I
y'all-
mean,
I
if
think
y'all
Mr.
want it to be
Bradshaw
mailed
said-
out, we're gonna come back for a budget adjustment of about $6,000.
I don't mean to mailed out. I think, like you said, in the Lions Roar, where we have some options to drop it off would be,
Right.
make sense. and then online as well, just scan people.
Yeah. And maybe if
Yeah.
it's a small insert in the Lions, or maybe on the front page, put like a big, something that's odd, like an icon or something that says Park Survey Inside or something.
Right.
So people actually
Yeah.
open it up
Yeah,
there.
exactly. Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
I guess the final comment I would have is that I would urge that the survey be sent out and completed sooner than later so that the commission has the information to develop the park master plan. And finally, in conclusion, I would like to thank City Council for your support over the years for our Leon Valley Park System. Thank you
bet.
so very
I
much.
love our parks. Okay, thank you. Dr. Caldera, are we going to bring this back in a final form? No, you're just going to
I
take.
took your stuff.
Okay,
Melinda will go back
awesome.
and make the changes.
And then we'll go from there.
Yep, and we'll go from
Okay,
there.
thank you for that. I do appreciate that. All right, well, moving on then to 3.2, presentation, discussion, and direction to staff, amending an ordinance to allow on-site sewage facilities, septic tanks, on properties over 1/2 acre in size. Dr. Crystal Caldera, City Manager, here to present.
Hi.
Good evening, thank you.
Melinda, again, she's out, or she would be up here presenting, so I'm going to do the best that I can with septics. So essentially, Councilor Stevens asked for us to consider allowing residents to have septic tanks on a half an acre or more. And so when we did our research, we actually found that you can put a septic tank in at an acre or more. And it really pertained to the Monte Robles subdivision. It says and it says Monte Robles. So we're not recommending that we go to a half an acre. We're recommending that you stay at the 1 acre, but include properties other than Monte Robles, like the whole entire community. Our biggest problem right now, and Mayor, you had this issue when you were walking, is Locker Lane is begging to get put on our system. They have septics and they want to be put on our system.
Right.
We went through that in the Links area, and the city had to, I think we got some grants and stuff like that. And so I think a half an acre is too small, but we don't have that many properties left, and I don't want smaller properties to try to get off of our system to get onto their own septic system and then try to to go back and forth.
When you say Locker Lane is begging to get onto
I
our
mean, the
system,
main-
how many people are we talking about?
I think it was 3 the last time I heard, and I don't know if people, I know you
Because
got
I
one
don't
during
know why
Walker.
a person would be begging to
Well-
pay $20,000 to tie into the system.
No, they wanted the city to.
They don't- 'cause they
and that
can't
was like
afford to
$250,000
But
for us to do that, yeah.
But
And
they're
it's
still
about
going to have to
eight
pay a
people.
big chunk of the change.
Yeah.
Because the septic tanks are often, I don't know. But
Mm-hmm.
it's not, they haven't done their research is what I think I'm getting at. If they're pleading to be put on, how much do you know how much your neighbors had to pay when y'all joined the septic, or joined the city sewer? It's tens of thousands of dollars
It was at least,
per
I
resident.
think, $10,000 that they had to pay back, and this was back when
Yeah.
Marshall did sewer.
Because you still have to pay for the main to be put into your yard,
Mm-hmm.
like whether,
I'm not sure.
from the front, from the street, so.
You walked
I-
it, so what did you,
Right.
did
I was the
you
one that
hear?
actually talked to the citizens, and they said, it says, there's, I believe, 10 homes.
10
that-
homes, mhm,
That
on
it
Locker Lane.
involves. And the citizens that I talked to said, our septics are all failing, and it is too costly to replace them. They couldn't afford it. Now, they may not be aware that there is a connection fee on top of, what the city has to spend. So, it's getting them educated, which one would you rather do, but it's, in that particular street, it's very costly for the city to put in a sewer system.
Correct. And so and again, this is, Melinda's not here and she's probably going to be the best frame of reference to this. We've had to do this once before because they all were put in around the same time. So they all started failing around the same time. I'm not saying it's not a bad option to allow septic tanks. I think though you should leave it at the 1 acre lots. I think that makes the most sense. But again, it's council discretion. If you want to do a half an acre, it's your agenda item. Councilor Stevens, you can pitch the pitch, and then we'll put it on the next agenda, whatever way the council
So
would like.
the purpose of this, maybe, because this is not the purpose of this, the purpose of adding this agenda item to this is so that where we have dozens of acres that can be developed, that we have a more feasible alternative to high density development.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
from my viewpoint, Nobody's coming in and developing it because we have all these bureaucratic hurdles in place that make it millions of dollars more expensive to develop a community. And so if you're going to spend millions of dollars more to develop a new community, you're going to want high density to balance, to spread out those millions of dollars of extra costs. Now, if you allow people to put in their own septic tanks and they have half an acre lot, it's going to be a lot more feasible for a developer because all that they're going to have to do is supply the water. And if you go anywhere out in Alamo Ranch, Tally Road, 1560, Gom Road, all of that new development out there, those tens of thousands of new homes that have been built in the last decade, they're all on some type of septic.
Oh, really?
And they all have water supply. Most of them have SAW water, at least the ones that are, within a couple of miles of the ETJ or whatever from San Antonio. But most of them have their own septic tanks because I think that the cost of balancing, they just don't tie into the sewer for whatever reason.
I don't think the issue is the upfront cost, right? Like, it may be cheaper to put in a septic tank initially than to put in. It's the complaints we get years later when the septic starts failing, and then they want the city to come in and intervene, which we've done one time already.
Right. Well, but that's what we were saying is, like, the people aren't educated. They don't realize that it's going to be another $10,000 to tie in. They also don't realize that it's going to be another $30 to $50 a month on their bill because they don't have to pay it right now. And so how would they know?
But you got to pay to treat yourself. I mean, I don't know enough about septics. I don't know how much it costs to run. I don't know if it's cheaper
like every
or not
10 years
cheaper.
you got to empty it out and it's like $500.
Yeah, I don't know enough to argue the point of whether it's more cost effective one way or another. I just know that the land that you have remaining, what it's voted on or what y'all were proposing were 1 acre lots. And so I thought that the change to 1 acre instead of a half an acre made more sense to include it since I'll just call a spade. It's the Seneca West properties. Y'all want it 1 acre, and you think if a developer can come in and put septic there, that they'll be able to develop. They'll be able to do that per this change. We'll just include all 1 acre lots or more, and then those properties back there, Seneca West, would be allowed to put in septic.
See, but that's the issue you get into. So, like, you write 1 acre into the ordinance, right? And then all of a sudden developer comes in because we've already seen this and they're like, no, we can't do 1. We'd rather do 0.9 acres or 0.8 acre lots because of the way that it works or whatever they decide to say. At that point, like, this is a complete waste of time because we should have done less. That's what I think I'm trying to say is, like, go with the least amount. If a developer comes back and they want to develop 1 acre, more power to them. But we all know that hasn't happened. And so what we have not tried is reducing bureaucratic hurdles for these half acre lots. And then seeing if somebody, because even on the Texas, whatever the developer's called, that
Texas Homes.
Texas Homes, the new developments that they're doing, that there are some 1 acre, but there's a lot of half acre plus lots. They aren't, up to 1 acre. And so would we get a developer, if we ease just this single ordinance up, would we get a developer that comes in and all of a sudden, because we've now allowed them to put in septics, develop 20 lots with, septics? I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's much more likely if it's reduced to half an acre.
Okay. You could add a provision in there that states, anything less than 1 acre, council can approve or something like that, with council approval. I'm just trying to find a middle ground.
Keep the flexibility there.
To keep the flexibility there. So if you do have a developer come in at 0.8, well, then maybe that's something that y'all definitely would consider to allow, versus you have somebody come in with half an acre lots and then you have a subdivision that's all on septic. I'm not thinking about the now. I'm thinking about what we've gone through in the past and people wanting to foot people on Locker Lane. They haven't done their research, maybe not. I don't know. I just know that it's been since for as long as I have been here, they've been asking to come on. They want the city to foot the bill to tie them into our system. Right. So whether or not that's,
Are those half acre lots?
No.
So those are like
R1 lots.
Below?
They really
They're
are.
regular,
They're regular
yeah,
lots.
the regular lots.
They're like quarter acre and below kind of lots.
Yeah. So over there,
Yeah,
by
I mean,
Trone Trail, some of the houses are, but
the way
think
I
it's
look at
regular
this and the
R1.
intention of adding this to the item is because it is very clear from the residents that they don't want high density development. And so if we've seen the developers, right? We've been approached. We kind of know what their the way that they're approaching the project. So if we extend another carrot out there that is, come to this carrot, we're going to reduce this bureaucratic hurdle for half acre to see who will bite at that carrot versus, I mean, I just don't think you're going to, if you do the gradual incremental stuff, that's never worked for developers. And I don't, that's the way I look at it. But again, this is this council's choice, and obviously we can decide. But if you leave it at 1 acre, like, do we really think a developer is all of a sudden going to want to come in and develop 1 acre lots when we've been told over and over that that's not going to happen?
Okay. Mr. Martinez, did you have your hand up?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. You're next.
I would be completely opposed to this idea. Even on Samaritan property, I think they were talking about at a minimum 120 houses back there at a R1. Could you imagine 120 septic tanks? That's not even remotely feasible, in my opinion.
That's why this is half acre.
Right.
It's not 160 half acre lots.
No, but that's what they came up with 166 is the maximum they wanted to put in, but they were talking about going as low as 120. But still, could you imagine 120 septic tanks on the Samaritan property only? So, we have another property, the Lobach property, and then the city-owned property. So there could possibly be 300 houses in that subdivision, and having 300 septic tanks back there? No, that's not even remotely feasible. They would have to be on city sewer. And the dangling a carrot to, let's go down to half an acre to put a septic tank, that's, we've already had enough people come to council and show that it's economically not feasible to develop it. So even going to a half an acre with septic tanks is just not economically feasible. And, why would we even think to do that? So
I just want to clarify something.
Yeah.
So if it was a half an acre, it wouldn't be 119. It would be, I don't even know, like 20 something home. I mean, at least on our property. I think at the 1 acre lots, we had a total of eight lots back. One was 4 acres, one was 5 acres, and the other 3 were 1 acre lots. And so if you were to adopt what me and Melinda are recommending, which is keeping it at 1 acre, then that the city-owned property and any of the other properties that are back there would have to be would be allowed. So those 8 properties would be allowed to have septic tanks. Now the Dooley property and the Lawbook property are R1s. They wouldn't fall under this category. It wouldn't be allowed.
Yeah, we're like completely missing it. Everybody's missing it. Like it's zoned R1 right now. But would a developer come in and build this like super nice $800,000 home complex? If all of a sudden they could change that R1 and go to less dense half acre because there's less bureaucracy, and you nailed it, Councilman Martinez, you nailed it. We've been approached over and over that the developers say it's not feasible to do these 1 acre lots. It's not feasible. And so that's the whole purpose of this, to make it more feasible. We're dangling the carrot, reducing the developer's costs for the half acre lot, and hope that somebody could come in and present some type of plan where it would be less dense than R1. And I mean, yeah, I just feel like this is not going well, but I'm just trying to advocate for the residents that are in that community.
Mm-hmm. Right. I'd just like to see if we could, keep it flexible. I think is what we talked about.
You could do 1 acre lots with the ability to come back to council. It doesn't even have to be a variance. It could just be by council vote. If that's something y'all want to do. If you want to do a half an acre, then I would recommend that you say half an acre of new development.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't allow the people that are already tied into the city's system to go back, because then we're going back and forth kind of situation. Because you're pretty much after this sale of the property, you're pretty much done.
Mm-hmm.
That that I can think of, as far as large lots go. So this is really the only section, the Dooley, the Lawbuck, the Seneca West is really the largest. Now, you do have other properties in the city as residents pass away and their kids obtain ownership, like we saw on the Poss property, right? They turn around and they come in and they ask for zone changes and they want to develop. And so it could come up later on down the road. But as far as looking at it right now, you could certainly put in maybe new development would help satisfy, a compromise kind of situation, or just leave it flexible for the developer to come in and make the request.
Okay. Did y'all have anything over here? Yes, because,
Here,
and I'll
I'll-
come back
I'll
to you,
chime
Mr.
in real
Martinez,
quick.
but I want to
So
hear
I-
from my colleagues over
You
here.
know,
Mr. Bradshaw.
Councilor Martinez was saying 160 septic tanks, 120 septic tanks. This would not be anywhere near that when you talk about, I don't remember, property size, but it was 32 acres, right? So if that was half-acre lots, you're only talking 64 systems, right, in a 32 acre, if we did allowed it in half
I think the
acres.
city property is 20 acres or 19,
Right,
19
right.
to
It's-
20.
Right,
Yeah.
so it's not that big. So half of that, if we did half-acre lots, would be, 40 something
right.
homes. So I'm okay with, and again, as Dr. Caldera said, we don't have that much property remaining to be developed, so I'm okay with changing it to half-acre. Could have a septic, and then obviously remove Monte Robles from the code. But
I think new development is a good
or say for new
caveat.
development,
Yeah,
yeah,
too.
yeah, exactly, something like that, so people aren't
Right.
cutting off of the city and then switching over to septic and
Right.
and back and forth like that. So,
Or
'cause, yeah,
asking the city to help. I think that becomes the problem is when they have water or sewer failure, even with regular plumbing, like a pipe breaking their house, they do expect us to come
to come and fix
and
it.
to come and fix it.
Right.
And
Right.
so,
And
I
that's
mean, that's a
not the-
constant, I mean, I deal with that almost on a daily basis where they have on their side of the meter a huge water main break.
Water
We had to
break.
have a meter,
Right,
a
we had-
meeting, because it was
yeah,
going
we-
to cost him, and he was like, well, I don't have the money to do, we had this whole, and so especially the homes here in Leon Valley that were built in the 60s, you're going to start seeing that happen more and more frequently. And so I just don't want people to think that that's an alternative and then we're going back and forth.
Right.
Okay.
So, yeah, so I'd be okay with changing it.
okay.
I'm not confident that it's gonna draw developers to come in and say, okay, now I can do it,
It's another option.
but it's an option. Yeah.
Exactly. Mr. Roscoe,
I've
do you have
never been a
anything?
fan of it, but refresh my memory, doctor. Are they allowed, do they have to keep records of their septic tank, maintenance and all that?
They're supposed to, but there's nobody here that keeps track of it.
So whose responsibility is it?
It's really the homeowner's responsibility. We have an ordinance, but for as long as I've been here, they're supposed to be inspected annually. There's
Just
nobody
don't have
that,
the-
I don't have the staff to, for all the inspections that y'all require per code, I
So
don't
th-
have anybody on staff that goes and inspects it.
So they fail to maintain it on a regular basis, and it messes up and it creates a lot of problems. I know.
Which we had, that's one of the areas that created a portion of your plume that we had to rectify with EPA, or about in 2014, I think.
Oh, 2007,
Oh, is it?
6 or 7.
My
yeah.
years start to merge.
Yeah.
And how much did it cost the city? Hold on a second.
EPA did it by grant fund, so it didn't cost us anything, but there was some that failed that leaked into the groundwater as part of it. The majority of the problem came from your commercial businesses that had, just that wasn't disposing of their hazardous waste, but there were
The dry cleaning.
There were a few septic tanks that were not taken care of over the years that we had to cap and deal with.
Okay, I'm kind of leaning towards the doctor's recommendation of 1 acre.
Okay.
Well, when
Yes.
you say that, what, oh, do you want him to go?
Yeah,
Oh,
he had
okay.
his hand up, and then I'll go back to you. Thank you. And then Mr. Campos. Go ahead.
I would really like to hear Melinda's input on this, and I would like to see us postpone this item until the next
There's
meeting.
no vote
Oh, there's
tonight.
no vote.
It's
It's
just a
just dis-
presentation
just
on direction.
discussion.
So Melinda can write the ordinance for y'all. We were back and forth, and, we were going to put this on as a first read to change it, but then I just wanted, there's new information. We took a look that, you already had a provision for 1 acre lots. Would that be okay? So I just wanted direction first from the council, and then we'll write the ordinance, whichever way you want to, and then we'll bring that back to y'all. I just didn't want to write or construct a whole ordinance and be completely off kilter.
Right.
I still would like to hear Melinda
Yeah. So
give
this
this
is-
presentation at the next council meeting, and then make a decision on
So
which way we want to
this is
go.
Melinda's presentation, and that is her recommendation.
And she's got a lot of,
Yes.
she's
this
got a
is
lot
her-
of
this is
knowledge
her- She
that-
did the presentation,
Yeah.
I'm just giving it. This is
Okay.
her recommendation.
All righty. Mr. Stevens?
So I have a question first. Who in this room has ever lived in a house that's had a septic? So what type of maintenance do you do annually on a septic? Like really, what do you do? Do you have to do anything?
What I have, about every 5 years, I have some.
About every 5 years, right? Not annually. Yeah, okay. I was just making sure, because I don't know, when I grew up, we didn't have anything that we had to do annually to our septic tank. But I'm also interested in this plume thing that you were talking about. So what was the leakage?
I don't remember, I can't, I'll pull the old plume report.
So is this like
Maybe you-
leakage? Are we talking about?
John is here, it's
We're-
PCE from the dry cleaners.
So we're
That was the
talking about a
plume.
chemical.
Yeah,
A
that's a
chemical
chemical. Yeah.
that went into a septic tank, which a chemical is not supposed to go to anything, into anything.
Yeah.
Well,
like
it didn't
whether
go
it's
into
the sewer
septic tank.
system
We were
or-
afraid it was going to go into the aquifer, right?
Right.
So,
Well, that would make
yeah.
sense.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it's not, we aren't talking about human waste that somehow
No. No,
navigated through
again-
the limestone down into,
My understanding was because they weren't getting inspected like the way that they should, people were disposing of things that they shouldn't dispose of in the system, is my understanding.
Oh.
Now,
Okay,
again,
so that makes
I
a lot
don't-
more sense.
I don't know.
I don't even think septic tanks, John, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think septic tanks was even an issue with the plume, was it? Yeah. If you could come to the podium, because I think this is important for us to clear this up. We did take a lot of people along El Verde and Grissom, and we took them off the septic tanks, and they were hooked into our water, sewer and water system at no charge, correct?
That wasn't related to septic, it was related to the water
Water,
supply.
yeah,
They had
mhm.
water wells.
Right, the water wells, that's right.
Contaminated from the dry cleaning fluid.
That's right.
oh, okay, so we're
Yes.
now talking about the
Uh-huh.
chemicals
Yes.
that was harming the drinking water.
Right,
Correct.
right,
Yeah,
not the
okay, that
septic.
makes
I didn't think we had the septic, no. Okay, great.
Okay,
Just
okay,
thanks for
so
clarifying that.
we're like, there's a lot of fear in the room
I'm not
because
trying to-
these all unfounded fears,
No.
because people are pouring dry cleaning chemicals into their septic tanks, or, I mean, you shouldn't be pouring dry cleaning chemicals into the sewer either, frankly. But,
The water, yeah,
yeah, so that has nothing to do with this, right?
Right.
Are we at least to that point?
Absolutely, yes.
That has nothing to do with septic?
I'll retract my
Thanks.
statement.
Okay, okay, so the other thing that I just want to say is we all know this is only going to potentially affect really one area in this town. Maybe like there's some odd spots where there can be a house built on half an acre.
I don't think so.
Well, that might be commercial land over there, like by Hodges and Althea. There's like some vacant land. but I
Well, you
don't-
do have like Sawyer Road and back there, you have
Mm-hmm.
some large pieces of property that I have a feeling, not in maybe my lifetime or this lifetime, that somebody will inherit those properties and you will have a very similar situation that you've dealt with Poss Landing, right? Ms. Poss owned all 3
Right.
acres and they sold them and now you have this large community going there. You do have some large pieces of property that are owned by one owner, very much like the Laubach and Dooley situation, that you could later on have to address those issues. But if you say new development, right, I
Right.
think that would be,
So, yeah, so what I think I'm getting at is that, like, so this isn't going to affect, the only thing that this could possibly affect, and I agree with Councilman Bradshaw that like, we don't know if this carrot will work, right? I don't either. But it's not going to harm anything by trying, is what I think I'm getting at. And so by dangling the carrot, it's not going to hurt anything. And the only thing that could possibly result from this, that some people might view as negative, I would beg to differ, would be that instead of the high-density development coming behind their neighborhood, a developer is drawn to the carrot by a miraculous way, and then they decide to come in and develop low-density, half-acre plus development, and they put in septic tanks, use the Leon Valley water supply, but put in septic tanks instead, so they don't have to pay for all this pump infrastructure and all that. And then, like, that's because that's the only thing it would affect. I guess is what I'm getting at. And so all the unfounded fears, ultimately, if it was ever utilized, it would only impact that 60 acres or whatever is back there, and maybe some other developments in the far future. But what we're doing, though, is we're reducing the developers' costs. Later down the road, they could do what they did in Monte Robles, which is where they tie into the sewer when people, especially if they're having
Linkwood.
problems, and then they're willing to dish out the 20 grand or 30 grand. The problem is the developers don't want to dish out that 20 or 30 grand to connect. So it's easier almost later on to do that.
Right.
But
Yeah,
that's when you already have
Linkwood
the
was
half-acre
another
lots.
subdivision that had a lot of septic
Right.
tanks, and they all got on our water.
Is that half acre plus?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
They're all
Those
half
those
acres?
are large lots.
They're pretty large,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm. Some people took 2 lots to build a palatial estate. It's really a pretty neighborhood. I like that neighborhood. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Campos?
Dr. Caldera, first I'd like to explain to the crowd that saws, if they have water, they may not have the territory, the permitted territory to do wastewater sewer service. That's kind of, there's some areas that there's some inconsistencies where they can provide water.
Would you repeat that? You're saying they can provide water, but they can't provide sewer?
Right.
Oh.
They're not permitted in that area. So SAWS right now is in the midst of trying to reconcile that. And so that they'll be there the same. And so I'm kind of interested, I've been trying to research what SAWS requirements are. You know, do we allow, the SAWS, the City of San Antonio and SAWS allow septic systems when they have service there, okay? And I can't find anything on the surface, but I would ask if Melinda could research that to see if they allow that within the SAWS territory. I have a feeling they do not, if they have.
But wouldn't this area be the Leon Valley water supply, not SAWS?
But there would be.
This particular area would be Leon Valley, but the sewer
Yeah.
part, I mean, they would tie into the sewer, but it would
Right,
be handled by,
right.
the treatment part would be
Okay.
handled by SAWS.
But there may be some health and safety issue related as to why they wouldn't allow that. And that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Sure, I'll ask Melinda to research that portion. I know we looked up the city of San Antonio, and I can't think off the top of my head. They do allow septic systems, but on larger lot sizes. I just don't know off the top of my head what size the lot has to be.
And then there is another opportunity, if I'm understanding this correctly, that if there's not a sewer system within 300 feet, right?
Right,
Then you can, I guess, get a variance.
correct.
So we could potentially have a developer say that.
Which we've had in the past. I think Melinda put in here, we had a. I
There
don't
was
know if she
one
actually put it
At
here.
Thea, or.
Yeah, up
Yeah,
there.
on
There
Althea.
wasn't within 300 feet, so we put one there.
So there's.
There are provisions,
Yeah.
there's flexibility within the code. We were just trying to say, look, you're really trying to overhaul a whole code for one area, is what you're trying to do. And so we're saying the area's already zoned an acre, and then the rest is R1, was what we were thinking. And so you could leave it at 1 acre, just take Monte Robles out, leave it as 1 acre, and then have a provision in there that anything less than that could come with council approval. And people hear the word variance and they freak out, and so you don't have to literally put a variance. You could just say, can be removed from this provision with council approval as part of the flexibility. But again, I don't have a dog in this fight. If you want to allow septics on a half an acre, I'm not going to be here in 10 years or 15 years when they start going out. I mean.
And then the last point about maybe allowing this is trying to understand the topography of Seneca West. Would the developer have to create a the sewage lift system because of the elevation of the property is lower and we've got to pump it forward? That may be one of the reasons why we want to do something like this.
That's a good point. I
You
can
know,
ask Melinda to take a look at that.
but those are the points that I just wanted to get across,
Thank you. I
okay?
appreciate
And
that.
just
That's your
clarify that
SAWS
SAWS
background.
does not, the water and sewer sometimes are not aligned.
Okay.
Okay?
All
Well, I'll
right.
make sure I'll get Melinda to answer both of those questions
Okay.
for the next
And
time. we
Mr.
bring it back.
Martinez, you had another comment
Yes,
before we move on?
I just looked up the Texas laws on septic systems. And what is the law on septic systems in Texas? Answer. The Administrative Code 285.4B1 allows for the approval of septic systems on existing small lots or tracts of land if they were last subdivided before January 1, 1988, and they can meet the setback requirements: drain field 100 feet from any water well, 5 feet from any structures and property lines. And then the next question is, how many acres are required for a septic system in Texas? 1 acre. So it's Texas law. It's right here.
So I would need to look into that. I would need to look into that.
Well, I'm sure our lawyer will review it as
Yes.
well.
So we'll bring back,
okay.
I'll have Melinda pull those couple of questions. We'll bring it back at the next time. I'm hearing the majority of y'all would support a half an acre for the most part, but we'll make sure we get those questions answered, and then we'll bring it back next time.
Okay, yes, Mr. Stevens.
I just have, so at the very beginning of our property discussions on just the city-owned piece of property, when we were kind of like getting some developers to offer, there was a probable cost estimate. Do you recall? It was like a high dollar amount.
I forgot
But
what
did
it
we
was.
get was there a breakdown between water and sewer just on that?
Yeah, on
piece?
the item listing that I sent y'all, it's on there. I just don't remember off the top of my head what that was, but I want to say it was like $200,000 or $300,000.
Oh, that's all?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was more than that.
Yeah, I thought it was
The
like
most
yeah.
of your impact dealt with the
the
streets.
roads.
With the streets,
Roads.
okay. Because I thought it was like $3.5 million or
It was
something,
for
yeah.
the total cost.
Okay.
But the majority of that was like widening Seneca.
Okay,
The majority of the
all
costs
right.
were
Was-
street
okay.
related, not water and sewer. Because
Very
you
good.
do have some water out there already. There's fire hydrants out there. I don't know where the sewer portion is out there. I'm assuming there's sewer out there because there's homes on the sewage system out there that aren't on septic. So I just don't know where or how far they would have to connect. So the elevation piece is a good question.
So am I the only one that want to keep
Yes,
it
go ahead.
at 1 acre, or everybody half acre or 1 acre?
I think
I like
Mr.
the
Campos
flex-
would
I
like
like
the
the
questions
flexi-
answered before he made a decision. And then, so I've got 2 half an acre, 2 1 acre, and 1 that needs more information. So we'll get you that more information, and then you can let
So
Melinda
it's
know
two,
how
two,
you.
and 1, okay.
Yeah, and so then I'll let.
Two, and 1, huh?
So I'll have Melinda answer those questions, and then y'all can tell us what y'all
yeah.
would like to do.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. Is there anyone in our, yes, Mr. Diaz, come on up. Y'all just need to raise your hand if you'd like to comment on the agenda item, please. Thank you. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Mayor and Council for letting me
Yes.
comment. In my area, where the new drainage went in, around William Rancher, in that area has topography issues. The land slopes inward, and the sewer lines are on top. So whoever develops that, whether it's half acre or an acre there, they're going to have to put in what's called a lift station. Okay, and what a lift station is, for people who don't understand that, is like, for example, my air conditioning system. I have a pump, so when the water reaches a certain level, the pump turns on, it discharges the water out from the condensation water from my AC unit. The same thing applies as a lift station. The only problem is with lift stations, they go out, they have issues, they clog. So this would be a perfect area for septic tanks to go in if somebody were to develop a half acre lot in that area, because the topography goes down. So I know it pertains to basically our area. It's probably the last area that's trying to get developed. And again, our neighbors are not against development. We just want right development. So hopefully, maybe Mr. Councilman Stevens brought up this septic. Maybe it'll work. I don't know if the city could put in some type of an inspection system that just like our cars, every year we got to go put a sticker on our car, right? Well, maybe the city come up with a system that says, you got a new system, it's a new development, you've got a new septic. Every year you got to get it inspected, and we're going to charge you $25 filing fee. I don't know, something. So that way you know that those septics have been inspected and are in operable manner to keep going the rest of the year. But again, that area back there, topography area-wise, you will need some lift stations, and the lift stations are not feasible at times because they do clog, they do have issues.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, with that, then we'll move then to the next agenda item, which is announcements by the mayor and council members. I just have a few, but I just wanted to, well, we got the election over. Yay. Thanks to the 483 people who voted in the May 4th election. Voter turnout was really low. Countywide, it was 2.99%, but in our city, it was 6.4, based on 7,500 registered voters, and it could have gone a little bit higher, I'm not sure. But, I'm just grateful for the outcome, and I appreciate the support. And I'm going to summarize my door-to-door block walking in the next issue of the Lions Roar. But overall, I would say out of nine out of 10 voters that I spoke to were very satisfied with the city and the services of what we provided. So I was really happy to hear that. Congratulations to City Councilwoman Betty Heil. She's not here tonight, who is taking Mr. Stevens' place, and the reelection of my colleague Ray Orozco. He got graduated anyway. But anyway, thank you, Councilor Stevens, for your service. I think I'm going to miss your in-depth questions and analysis on a slew of issues that we've discussed over the 4 years you've been on the board, and also you helped turn our city around in 2020, which I'm eternally grateful for. And the best of luck to you and Kate in the future. We do have a special council meeting on May the 15th at 7:30 in the morning. I do need a quorum, so if y'all can muster up 3 of y'all to canvass the votes. We did it, it's because I thought it would be better on your way to work rather than coming back. So anyway, and then May 21st, we'll swear in the new council, and also the mayor pro tem will be that night as well. And with that, just wanted to say Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers who are here and at home and in our city. So thank you. Is there any other announcements that anyone would like to say? Yes, Mr. Campos.
Mayor, thank you. I'd first like to acknowledge and thank all the city staff that participated in the hazardous waste collection.
Oh, yeah.
It was a very successful event on the 27th. And I did not participate, but my wife spoke very highly of all the staff. Were very organized, very professional in the way they handled this. So thank you. I hope we can do it again. I hope it's a recurring event. I don't know how often, but...
It's expensive, but yes.
Yeah.
So, yes, but we did get several emails from people who had participated and really, really appreciated it and wanted it, just like you said, twice a year. And I'm like, okay, well, we have to find the money, but that's okay. It was good.
I just wanted to point out for the citizens in the audience and watching us on the YouTube or whatever channel they're watching us, that our staff, they came in on Saturday. These are exempt employees that did this on their own time. Mm-hmm. And I want to acknowledge that and thank them for the hard work that they put in for this city and the citizens. The other thing I
thank you for that, Mr. Campos. I think that's important. Go ahead.
The other thing that I saw on KSAT.com was a dental practice here in Leon Valley.
Yeah, they're already full. That's why we didn't make the announcement.
Okay. But it may be something where this dental practice was offering free dental services for
here in Leon Valley?
Yes, at the HEB.
Oh, I didn't know that. I hadn't seen that.
And they're going to be doing exams, cleanings, limited emergency care. And I just wanted to point them out. I don't know if we're able to
thank them.
Yeah.
Like, we're just going to do like a Facebook post and thank them for donating their time. But by the time we got wind that they were doing it, all their slots were filled, so we couldn't post the availability of it.
Is it against anything to name them?
No, we're going to name them and just thank them for what but I don't know their name.
It was Topaz Dentistry and Braces.
Okay.
And for helping people who are uninsured or underinsured, this was a free service that they were going to provide. So I just wanted to pass that on.
No, I did not see that.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else have an announcement?
What?
Okay, Mr. Stevens.
So I was unable to make it to y'all's meeting on Saturday, but I did see the video that was posted of the hazardous waste, and that was incredible. I was shocked that there was so much turnout for it, and it looked very organized. I was really shocked because I didn't expect to see that many cars lined up from the drone and stuff. So if you don't get a chance, look at the video if you were sitting in the meeting, because it was pretty crazy.
Well, gosh, we started at 9, and at about 10 minutes after 9, Dr. Caldera made an announcement. We're at our max as far as our 15,000. Do we want to continue? And we all said yes. So then now the city will pay the balance from the grant. So, yeah, that's
okay. Wow.
But it was wonderful. I mean, I turned the corner and there was this long line of cars.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So,
and thanks to Crystal Miranda, she wrote the grant.
Yeah, thank you for the grant, and thank you for all the staff, like
right.
Mr. Campos had said. I just want to say this is my last full meeting, and it's been a pleasure being on this council. It's gone from crazy to stable, and a lot of interesting things have happened and occurred, and it's been a pleasure to serve everybody. I'll say something, I guess, at the next meeting too, but. The other thing, a couple other things. National Nurses Week this week. Thank you to all the nurses. Nurses make up about 1.5% of the U.S. population. So be grateful to them because their job is horrible. Most nurses that I know no longer do nursing in the hospital because it's just horrible sometimes. So thank a nurse if you ever have to have one. The other thing is last week was Small Business Week. As a small business owner, I can say this, but I've increasingly learned, even like over the past couple of months, the importance of this. And so I've personally tried to start being more aggressive, but like the littlest things for a small business. And so you can support a small business in the easiest way by going and leaving them reviews. When you have a good experience, go leave them a Google review, leave it wherever you leave your reviews, Yelp, Facebook, whatever, because that goes so far for small businesses. It's something they cannot pay for, and it's something that you do not pay for. It's free to do. Whenever you have a good we're always tempted to go leave a review when we have a bad experience. But when you have a good experience, go leave a review because it can really make the difference. All the way that the internet works nowadays is search rankings increase when there's higher ratings. There's a lot of search engine optimization. And so the more good ratings that a small business gets, the more likely it is they will continue to get more business from other customers. So if you have a chance this week, just think about some small businesses you've supported or gone to over the past couple of weeks and go leave them a review if you had a good experience.
Thank you. I think Mr. Orozco had his hand up, and then Mr. Martinez.
Oh, you can go, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll wait till next week or the next meeting before I say my goodbyes to Councilman Stevens and explain some of the roller coasters that we have gone through in the past 4 years. And so I'll wait for that. But I want to congratulate, we just got through with Fiesta, and I want to congratulate whoever designed the Fiesta medal. They were a big hit.
They were a huge hit.
If you would notice, if you look at Channel 12, when they would do the presentations, they had our medals. They were wearing our medals. I took pictures of it in the TV.
No.
I went to Fiesta on that Monday, and I gave them to all the newscasters up there.
Cool.
And a lot of them were wearing it. And so, yeah, it was a big deal. And people are still asking me for it. So I want to congratulate them for that. Thank you.
I love the functionality of and I said, that's a bottle opener that way. And then, of course, the keychain, too. That was another bonus. So that was great. Okay, Mr. Martinez, go ahead.
Just to expand on what Councilor Stevens said, if you leave a review, if you do a Google search and you see how people, the businesses come up, by leaving reviews on the organic, it'll make you get on the first page of the Google search. It's a lot easier and faster. You can always pay. If you look at do a Google search, there's a sponsored, those are paid. And then the top ones are always paid, but you get down to the organic, and that's where giving a good review will help a business. And Tina just texted me and said Topaz Dental, May 19th, free dental, 5601 Bandera Road. So she wanted me to pass that. Maybe they're opening up another session on the 19th. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So one more. It's also Teacher Appreciation Week this week.
Yeah.
So in addition to nurses, thank teachers. If you can read, I guess. But and then just in national news, the last few weeks, these protests that are happening all over different campuses and stuff. I just wanted to say that it's obviously very important to be heard, and people have the right to protest. But I think the important part of that is peacefully protest, and some of the things that are going on, blocking bridges and chaining yourself in barrels, and it's just ridiculous what's going on, and the way that things have been twisted. And so obviously there was a ceasefire announced, agreed to, I heard about with Israel. We'll see how that goes with Hamas and stuff, but continue to pray for Israel.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Then we're moving to Dr. Caldera's City Manager's Report.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So in line with everybody's Nurses Appreciation Week and Teacher Appreciation Week, it is also Economic Development Director or Economic Development Week, as well as the Texas Municipal, Saunders position, City Secretary's Office,
Yes.
Texas Municipal Clerk's Week
Oh,
as
goodness.
well. And so,
Teacher, nurse.
if you watch today's Facebook, we've got economic development shout out that we put out already, and then sometime this week we'll post the city secretaries. So
Okay,
just
very good.
kind of letting y'all know that. We
Okay.
definitely couldn't run the city without either of those positions. I do want to highlight household hazardous waste. I know y'all were talking about it, but you had your HR director, your IT director, people that have administrative job functions that were out there lifting TVs I hadn't seen since the 1970s, as well as some very serious household waste that they probably really weren't trained to lift. And so we're estimating that the additional cost the city will have to put up is an additional $20,000. So if you think about doing this in the future without scheduled or registered time, like just unlimited, you're probably looking at budgeting about $40,000 to $50,000. So doing it twice a year would probably be prohibited. We are going out for our trash survey, so we'll probably look at adding at least a once a year type of event into that contract. But just so you can get a context of how much it actually cost and the amount of manpower that it took to deliver that service. Melinda did recommend doing like time slots, but we felt like y'all have never done a service like this before, and people probably had a lot of stuff piled up, and in essence they did. So I don't know if the next turnaround would be less. We didn't allow commercial uses, but I think that some people that had businesses found a way to kind of use residential addresses to get some of the stuff unloaded. And so that's kind of an area of concern with us. But just so y'all know, it would be very costly, and I would not have the exempt staff unload again. There were some pitfalls that I didn't even know would come up in regards to doing that type of work. So that wouldn't be a recommendation. So you would have to budget for the company to actually staff that event. So I just want to make note of that.
And how many cars did we have? We had
We're 250 cars.
250 cars. Yeah, I just wanted.
We don't know, and I'll be able to break that down for y'all. Actually, what was disposed, I'm gonna say tonnage, but the poundage that was delivered, and we hopefully will have the numbers by the end of the month, and we'll be able to
Okay.
provide a report to you.
Okay, and
And a budget adjustment will accompany.
and again, 250 residents.
200, yeah, we're all residents. We turned away
residents.
5 people,
Did you? I was
just
gonna ask
5
you.
that were
Okay.
not Leon Valley residents. So
Okay.
it was actually a pretty good turnout. I was a little worried that we would get more people that weren't Leon Valley residents, but
I was
it
wondering
a good
about
turnout.
that.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Other than that, my city manager's report is outside and online, and I've provided that to you earlier on this afternoon. The other thing is we were looking at retreat date. I know Mrs. Heil isn't here this evening. The mayor was looking at June the 1st at roughly 9 a.m. to whatever time the council would like. And so does June 1st work for the majority of y'all that are on the council?
I'm going to be in Boston.
Okay.
You're going to be in Boston?
Yeah, my grandson graduates from high school.
Okay, well, now we're going to have to find another date.
Okay. I don't know, so it's up to me. You guys can have it.
Well, I'll meet with Dr. Caldera tomorrow. Maybe we can brainstorm some other dates and get
Whatever
those out.
dates y'all would like to do. The other thing is I would need to know the items. So if y'all want to start sending me items that y'all want to discuss at the
I've got a
retreat,
bunch.
and so would be very helpful to me, so I can start, because we gather a lot of information. I mean, most of y'all that have participated in my retreats, you know, we try to get as much backup information so you have all the information available so we know how to proceed. So if you have items that you would like to discuss at the retreat, then please start sending them to me so we can start compiling them.
Okay. All right, so I'm just, because I know June's a busy month, and then it's going to be July, and anyway, so we'll explore some other dates, so all right, so we'll get that out hopefully tomorrow or Thursday. All right, sounds good. Thank you, Dr. Caldera.
Ma'am.
Do appreciate it. All right, consent agenda items 6.1 to 6.4. Any council member like to remove any of those items for discussion? Seeing no one, may I have a motion and a second to approve?
I so move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to approve consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.4. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving then to regular agenda item number 7.1. And this is a first read, so we will not have a vote. It'll be presentation only. Presentation and discussion on an ordinance of the City of Leon Valley accepting grant funds from the 2024 J. Frank Dobie Trust and amending the general budget of the City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget for the fiscal year 2023-2024 in the amount of $3,610 to provide funding for the Leon Valley Public Library to purchase additional nonfiction books for the juvenile collection. And good evening, Regina, and welcome, and congratulations on the grant.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
So that was it?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I was going to say, hey, no, we don't want the grant. No, of course we do.
The reason I'm here is so we can officially accept the grant and then do the budget adjustment for it. We no longer have a through line in our budget, so we have to come anytime we have a grant. So that's pretty much what it is. It's specifically for the juvenile nonfiction collection. We did a really heavy weed on it. So it's kind of slim pickings in our nonfiction and juvenile right now, and so we're hoping to build that back up with the grant.
So is it just books, or are there, okay.
Yeah, it's just books.
Okay, just books, and so, okay, 3,600 seems like a lot of money. Be able to, okay, great. 100 books maybe at least, I would think, or more than that.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mayor. I'd
Mr.
like to recommend that we move this to the, it's a first read, right?
Yeah,
So
consent
we'll move to the
agenda.
consent agenda.
Okay. All right.
Benny seconded.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you so
Just-
much. Yes.
I'd just like to, again, congratulate you and all the hard work that you and your staff do for this. I mean, it wasn't that it just came up through the sky. You
No, you
applied
had
for
to
this
apply for it.
grant, and I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, very good. And it'll be on the consent agenda the next
All right, thank you.
meeting. You bet, thank you. Moving then to 7.2, presentation, discussion, and we do have a public hearing to consider approval of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, Utilities, to add a section 4.12, Impact Fees, and amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees, Section A16, to increase water impact fees. And this is the first read required by city charter, and again, no vote tonight. But we do have Mindy Teague, our Planning and Zoning Director, here this evening to present. Good evening,
We're on the
Mindy.
right one, Crystal? Yeah.
7.2, yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and
Good
Council.
evening.
So tonight, like you said, this is an agenda item to consider approval of an ordinance that would increase our impact fees. We do have James Holscher here from Aldura Engineering that provided our PowerPoint that he presented to the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. Sorry, I'm thinking about it. And they did recommend approval at their last meeting, April 23rd. And so we're going to let him go through the presentation that he did that evening.
Okay, very good.
Okay. All
Good
right, thank
evening,
you.
James, and welcome. We're glad you're here.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is James Helsher. I'm a professional engineer with Ardura, and we were tasked by the Public Works Department of the city to evaluate your existing impact fees and further make suggestion on how they might be adjusted or improved upon. I've got this here, right? So tonight I wanted to talk with you about your water service impact fees. And in doing so, I'll go through these items here, talking about what your existing impact fees are, and then how I made a proposal for what you could be changing or adjusting them to meet your modern needs. An impact fee is a one-time charge imposed on new development to help recover capital costs associated with providing the infrastructure and other required improvements to provide service to that new development. That's really the simplest way I can explain it. It gets somewhat complicated, but to visualize it somewhat, anytime a new development comes in, they can request you to provide service to them, and the costs to improve the capacity of your system to meet their needs can be passed on to them through what is referred to as impact fees. And those costs can include anything from the water lines themselves, expanding the capacity of said water lines, the storage capacity of the facilities or the treatment of the water. You don't treat your water, you have groundwater.
Right.
It comes out drinkable. Also, that brings up all the way back to the water rights, the water source itself. Acquisition and expansion of your water rights is something that you can that can be accounted for in your impact fees. These are your existing impact fees. They were last set in 2008. We recommend when we're working with communities that you review your impact fees every 5 years, if not more. But so this was long overdue.
Oh, yeah.
So I was asked to do a run at just seeing where your impact fees should be. And so I made a lot of or a number of assumptions and in my investigations and in my information gathering. So the two things that we need in order to set this is our estimate for your impact fees is cost of improvements over number of, well, I'm going to call them meters throughout this, but it's just residences or services that we will be using. So number of meters you expect will be coming to your system. So any new development is down here. That's this number. And on top is what we expect it would cost to service all of them, or to expand the capacity of our system in order to service them. So in order to define those two numbers, I have to do what I'm describing now. So for our bottom, the number of the expected growth, the number of meters we expect to add into our system over this coming, we'll call it evaluation period. I looked out 10 years in the future during my study here, and this is what I concluded. Your Leon Valley's, from the census data of the United States, in 2010, Leon Valley had 10,151 residents. Census data from 2020 showed the population at 11,552. If I annualize that, just to make things simple, as an engineer, I make a lot of assumptions and I try and simplify a lot of data just to make correlations so I can then do these things. So if I simplify that and say annually you grew about 1.29%, about 1.3% annually, the city of Leon Valley will grow. The current number of meters that the city of Leon Valley Public Works services is 2,576. About 2,300 of those are residential. Most of them are what we call are 5/8 or 3/4 inch meters. That's your standard residential meter size, 5/8, 3/4 inch. Anything above that is usually servicing a commercial entity of some sort. So if I assume that this rate of growth from 2010 to 2020 will hold throughout the evaluation period that I'm looking at, if the current population in 2023 would be, then the current population in 2023 would be about 11,800. If I look at that number, 11,800 people serviced by 2,576 meters, that's about 4.6 residents per meter. Then I extrapolate out to say the population in 2033 would be 13,368. If I believe that that meter ratio, that customer to meter ratio holds, then the city will have 2,965 meters in 2033. That means you will have 390 more meters coming online in the next 10 years. So just to review real fast. We assume a constant growth for the city of 1.29% annually for the next 10 years. We assume that for every 4.6 residents the cities add, there will likely require another meter to service them. And then just a quick gut check on this. The city of Leon Valley has an estimate of 150 acres that is currently undeveloped. About 40 acres of that, or sorry, there are about 40 individual residential lots that are currently undeveloped, or that we currently show on our plans for you as undeveloped. A lot of these are smaller than 1 acre. And then there's about 10% of it that we believe may never be developed. It's either in the floodplain, or it's adjacent to an existing owned property, or it's untenable to development. It's just a weird shape, or it's hemmed in by other development. It's just never going to get there. But even with that assumption, I look at that and I say, well, does the city have enough space for 390 new residential meters, assumedly? And in my talks with Melinda, she explained to me the developments she sees coming down the pipeline and the average size of lots for them, and their requests coming to her. And she says, you know, in that 150 acres, she could definitely see around 400 meters easily. So I took that as a way for me to say, okay, this seems like a logical first step. I can set that bottom number at 390, and we'll move on from there.
So have we identified those 150 acres?
Yes.
Okay.
We haven't done a proper land use study.
Okay.
But my understanding is it is in process.
Okay.
And another associate at my company had a GIS map, or just a file with all that information inside of it. And I sat down and reviewed it with him to look at, well, what's undeveloped versus, developed. And that's where I got those numbers from.
Okay.
So now to move on to that top part of our fraction that I was talking about, the costs associated with expanding your system capacity. To go all the way back to the start of your system's capacity, the water source. The City of Leon Valley owns 1,758 acre-feet of Edwards Aquifer water rights. However, the city rarely gets access to its full water rights due to withdrawal reductions during drought stages or water restriction stages. I believe when I was evaluating this, you were at stage 3 reductions. I believe now, Melinda told me you guys are at stage 2. But just to point out that even though you own 1,758 acre-feet of Edwards Aquifer water rights, you do not actually have access to that regularly. And that was kept in mind when I'm moving into this next segment. In 2018, Leon Valley reported having 2,440 water meters and using 1,086 acre-feet of water. And that comes out to about 0.45 acre-feet of water use per meter, active meter in your system. That's your highest per capita water usage in recent history.
Excuse me, James. Mr. Compost had a question. Is this is an annual right? 0.45 acre feet per year. Okay, thank you.
per acre feet per meter
Mr. Campos, go ahead.
So, thank you, number one, for coming this
Yeah.
evening.
Oh, sure.
Appreciate your study. But I had a question. Using 1,086 acre feet of water, is that volume from the water we sold or water we pumped?
That's a good question. I do not recall off the top of my head to give you a positive answer, but I do believe that is water sold.
Okay, because for the audience, there's a difference, there's a loss between what you pump out of the ground to what you sell because of different leaks, and it's called non-revenue water.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so that's what I'm trying to hone in on, that we may be using pumping more than that, and I just wanted to clarify what that 1086 is.
I would have to go back and check my number on that, but just because I believe it's easier to pull that number more quickly for me by Public Works, like this is what we charged for in that year.
And
that might be what I got.
The other, I wanted to share something. I went to the Edwards Aquifer site before the meeting today, and it says the San Antonio pool, and I would assume that's even the Leon Valley water. We're in stage 3, and there's
Still
a
in stage
35% reduction.
Okay.
So just for the citizens to let you know where we are. If you back up one slide, they can see we're having our pump limit is 1758.38. We're losing 35% because of the drought stage that we're at. So that's the available water we can pump. Okay, 1,142 acre feet, right? Is that acre feet?
Yes,
Right.
sir. That's an acre feet. So in order to set an expectation for how much water the city might use in the future, I said, well, let's just take our highest use and say that that's or highest per capita use and say that that's what the city will use consistently in the future. You guys aren't always using 0.45 acre feet per meter per year, but in the case that you do, we want you to have the capability to do so. So the potential water demand in 2033 is 1,335 acre feet of water, which, if you remember, you own rights to more than that already. However, if you remain in reduction level stage 2 or 3, somewhere around 2030, the number of meters you bring online, the demand will start to exceed that reduction level. So you would have to require pretty strict conservation measures, assuming these reduction stages hold in place.
Mr. Campos,
yes.
Go ahead.
So based on this graph, we're in reduction 3, which is the yellow line.
Yes, sir.
And so it looks like we're needing more water than, like right now.
Immediately, yes.
Right.
And your Public Works Department actively expands or seeks to expand your water rights acquisition annually already. This is not something new. I'm not coming to you saying like, hey, you really need to do this. You guys are already on top of it. I'm saying that you can take the costs of that acquisition and put it on new developers to help you to offset those costs because you are buying it for them explicitly, really.
Okay. Thank you.
So if you were to continue acquisition of new water rights all the way up through 2033, I made the assumption that maybe you would stay within restriction level 3. You would want to have about 2,000 acre feet of water rights by 2033.
Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Remind me, what happens if you go beyond what you're... Well, actually, so that's one question. What happens if you go beyond what you're allowed to per the Edwards Aquifer Authority or whatever? And the other question is, how, like, because we know the stages change throughout the year. So is it like the rolling average, or is it is it computed on a calendar year? Or how is that?
Yeah, no, my understanding is it's what's the word for it? It's like you said, it's like a rolling average. So it is annualized, but then it is also done month to month. And so, like, if the drought stages were held for this many months, then this is the expected amount you guys, or we expect that you would not exceed. We'll calculate those months as this and that and that and that, and then at the end of the year, this is the number we expect you guys to hit. Because you report annually. And if your number exceeds that in your annual report, then I believe it is a fine. I don't know what it is exactly.
Is it a for sure fine or a possible fine?
I do not know that off the top of my head. Melinda would know that for sure.
Well, Mr. Campos may know because he works for SAWS.
I don't know the fine part of it, but what I believe happens is that you start searching for other municipalities to buy some of their permitted water.
That's what we did last year. We sold some of our water for people that overpumped. And I think we made 20,000 off of the sale of our acre foot.
Right.
Okay.
And that's what I recalled.
So I guess what I was getting at is, in with the whole rolling average, there, say you exceeded this on an off year, there would be an amount of time, months, maybe up to close to a year, where you would have the ability to seek out
somebody who
seek
did
out
not
somebody
exceed their water
that
rights.
did not exceed, or seek out like somebody like San Antonio, where we could enter into like some type of a wholesale agreement with their new pipeline.
You don't really want to do these things because, shoe being on the other foot, you're going to sell or let rent your water rights for an exceeding amount of money because you know that they have to do it. Similarly, if you're in that position, it's going to cost a lot more than what I'm going to show you here, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr.
And I'd
Campos.
just like to add, I don't think you'd ever want to be in a situation where you're trying to, or you believe that SAWS has got a bank. They're going to come and they're going to sell you a wholesale agreement that is going to be so cost prohibitive. You're not going to want to go there. So it's not where we have a safeguard that we have SAWS behind us. That's not the solution. It's that we have to face our own water right issue
We just
on
have
our
to,
own.
continually buy water rights, which we've done
So,
ad infinitum.
but again, we don't know what the fine is. We don't know if it's a guaranteed fine.
So,
Is it
like
like a
Mr. Campos said, your
discretionary
first
fine?
order is usually to try and seek out somebody who did not utilize all their water rights and go into some kind of financial agreement with them that says, we utilized their water rights. We weren't exceeding the capacity of the Edwards Aquifer. I think there's multiple steps before you get to the stage where the Edwards Aquifer Authority fines you. But again, I'm not, that's a little outside my purview, so I'm not an expert
Okay,
in that
but
for
to
you.
our knowledge, we don't know of any government that's ever been fined by the Edwards Aquifer.
Personally?
I mean, I'm just because we're spending $250,000, or how much on water rights a year?
120,000, I thought.
Okay, so an
Is
eighth
that
of a
right?
million.
I can
Something
show.
like that.
Yeah, I understand what this presentation is for, but I do also think it's important to analyze what if the fine is less than 100,000, like for exceeding your limits, and we're dropping 120 grand every year. I mean, is it worth the risk? I think a business person would say, hell yeah, that's worth the risk, because you'll be, even if you get fined, you're going to be spending less annually. But I also understand the aspect of having, that it's a long-term asset that you can lease out. At least today, that's how it's recognized.
So just
Now,
by
the-
Google search, City of Kyle was fined by Edwards Aquifer $46,000 in 2011 for overpumping.
Okay, so
but it
we're
doesn't
talking
say-
$46,000 of a fine.
It doesn't say
Say
how much.
how much they overpumped though.
So, but we're spending $120,000 a year.
That's
on
what
rights.
I'm recalling. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm.
I
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Campos.
would like to just add that the city of Cal, I don't know that they're on the Edwards Aquifer. So I don't know if, you'd have to find something in the surrounding area, you know, in order to be comparable. Because there's so many different aquifers, and they all have different rules and regulations.
Well, it said Edwards Aquifer Authority.
Yeah,
Fine,
that's
then.
it.
Right,
That's it.
but
That's the one.
but the Edwards has multiple zones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think the question was whether or not they actually get fined, right?
Yes,
So it
and they
does
do.
happen.
Right, right,
I
but
just
now,
don't know how much.
so we have a dollar amount, right? So cost benefit analysis, again, like thinking like a business person, you would say, we're spending 120 grand a year, guaranteed on water rights every year, no matter what, for the foreseeable, for the next decade or two, at least. Is it worth, like, because we haven't ever pumped beyond what we have today. Like, we've never even had the possibility of a fine. So is it worth maybe the like cost benefit like it's a risk analysis? Is it worth the risk of possibly facing a $46,000 fine and saving $120,000 a year? I don't know. I think the business in me, or the business side, would say, yes, that's 100% worth the risk, because you're you know, if you can only get fined 46,000, and we don't know what we can only get fined.
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't know how much they overpump.
Yeah, and you don't know how much of, like, what due process is afforded to the city during that. You know, can you challenge it, all that sort of stuff. So those details, I feel like, would be kind of important for having a conversation regarding, you know, the continuation purchase of water rights. I mean.
Sure. I just, for the sake of this presentation, I just know that these fines aren't applicable for impact fees. You can't have developers help you pay those. You have to pay those out of your own pocket.
Right. But so the impact fees can only cover half of the amount, right?
Yes.
Okay, so say we maximize our impact fees and we're still spending 120 grand a year on these on water rights. Okay, so the city's spending 60,000 a year. We can only get up to 60,000 a year of that if you split it in half from impact fees. Is it worth the $46,000 risk? Like, that's where I think that it is kind of applicable. But I realize I'm in the minority of opinions here just because everybody's like so government here. But I mean, you just got to do some simple calculation and realize, like, it may be worth the risk.
I think the end goal, though, was for us to eventually own our capacity, right? What the recommended amount was. So the idea of spending $120,000 a year isn't a forever dollar amount. It's for you to hit your capacity. So you, at some point, you would stop buying new water rights because you've hit your capacity to buy new water rights.
Well, and you guys are in such a unique position. Like so many other municipalities, people build at the periphery of their ETJ and then get brought in, and so they can grow, not forever, but they can continue to grow exponentially or however much. You guys are kind of hemmed in, and you are near your development saturation. So, like, there is a point in the very near future where Leon Valley could be water secure and just stay there.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I guess that's when it would turn into more of an asset.
Yeah.
Right.
Where you could lease
Which,
it out.
like,
It
last
is an
year-
asset.
I mean,
Yeah,
last year we
until the
Yeah.
legislature comes in and changes the laws and says this
I mean,
whole
I don't-
this whole paying for aquifer rights. If you think about it, you're paying for a God-given resource, right? And you're paying to the state, which is just bizarre. But
Okay.
So the city estimates cost per acre foot of water rights acquisition at about $6,100 per acre foot, and that includes closing costs. This was a number provided to me by Melinda, and I utilized that with an assumption on inflation and a consistent buy rate moving into the future to come to this cost at the bottom here. To reach the water source goal in 2033 that we presented in the previous slides, it's estimated it will cost the city approximately $2 million.
Okay. Mr. Campos.
Dr. Calder, I know we've seen last year when we were going through the budget, we saw this $6,100 an acre foot. Do you know if that's still the current cost? And if it is, have we bought any? I know it was in our budget. Have we bought any year to date?
So year to date, no. We went out to Texas Water Board, I don't know, what where we buy the water from.
Right.
And they came in like at 10,000, and it came in over the price that we thought it was going to be. So we held steady, and then we'll go out again and see if the price gets lowered. If it does, then we'll go ahead and purchase at that time.
Because this is just the feel that I have, is that I don't believe the 6,100 is going to be the market price anymore.
No, so, I mean, when I first started, I remember the council aghast at 1,000 an acre foot. I mean, it was just, and so water is becoming a commodity, right? And so they're going to continue to go up. So I think it's probably going to stay around the 10,000 an acre foot mark. And so we just have to continue to purchase what we can until you quote unquote become water secure, or the council decides that they're just done purchasing water rights. But yes, the quotes came in a little bit higher than we anticipated at the 6,100, so Melinda held steady, and we normally try again. We've had it happen before where the market shot higher and we waited, and we went out again, and it came down. But you're probably right. I think it's going to be closer to the $10,000 an acre foot mark.
The other strategy for the interim may be to even lease water rights at a lower cost.
We
for
do.
like
We have in the past leased water rights. We've done that a couple of times. You're at the point right now, is my understanding, that you've been okay with what you have, and so we haven't had the need to lease water rights. With the new subdivisions coming in, that may change in the near future, depending on how much we drop in the drought. Like if we hit stage 4 and we continue the wet, climate change, and we continue to be dry, we may enter and have to talk about leasing water rights.
Yes, sir. Go
I
ahead.
have a question regarding, because we're using 2018. Is 2018 an outlier year? How different is it than the surrounding years?
It's not terribly, but it is the highest.
Like by 5%?
Yeah, 10, 15% maybe.
Okay, so it's significantly higher.
Well, 5 to 10%. It's not crazy, though. I'm just saying it's not a crazy assumption to make. You guys use that much in a year.
Do you know how much we use, like the most recent full year that we have?
No, I do not. Melinda would have that information.
I'm just wondering, yeah, because the conservation, if we're using an outlier year to make all these calculations, especially in light of the fact that everything is turning, like the whole world has used less water as time in the last decade every year, because toilets use less per flush, like all the little things. Showers are restricted how much water flows out of them. And all those given, if we're using an outlier year of 20, you see what I'm saying? If we're off by 15%,
for like
that's
design
kind of ridiculous.
For design for anything from an engineering perspective, we use for stormwater systems, we use the 100-year flood event as design basis.
Okay.
And that happens once every 100 years.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I see what you're getting at. 15% though seems, when our population is not going to increase at all.
Right, but you have to understand that the majority of your infrastructure was built at a certain time frame. And so when you talk about new low flush toilets and that's not happening because the majority of
like there's not, I could send you research studies showing nationally
Yes,
there has
because
been
nationally
a
there's
decline
new
in water
subdivisions,
usage every
not
year for like
here.
the last 10 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's because people are because you have to replace toilets, you have to replace shower heads, you have to replace stuff.
And we've incentivized it by giving rebates.
Right, and
stuff
a
like
lot
that.
of water
Exactly.
companies have done it.
Mr. Campos.
It may not be in our toilets, it may not be in our faucets, but what I've noticed driving through Leon Valley, that we have a lot of
dead grass,
very green lawns here. And so I think in one of the topics for that retreat is going to be that water usage, to figure that out.
Mayor have sat through a lot of PowerPoint presentations dealing with saws and restricting.
And just so, again, the community can understand, today was a SAWS board meeting, okay? And they're talking about expanding the utility regulations, where if you were a SAWS customer and you lived in the city of San Antonio, they were going to fine you, and it was a criminal offense. They're moving away from that, and they're going to put something in the utility regulations that's going to affect every SAWS user, and it will be a penalty that you pay in your water bill rather than a criminal a fence.
Yeah, we sat
And
through
that-
the
Yeah, we sat through that presentation.
And so that's coming down.
Everybody or just the violators?
No, everybody.
Violators.
Everybody.
Well, yeah, the violators that
Yeah.
are gonna, but it's actually gonna be, because now an officer has to catch you, right? Like watering when you're not supposed to. Now they'll just be able to look at your usage and find you.
And so that's coming down, and it's going to affect our citizens. If you have SAWS water and you live in Leon Valley, it's going to come and affect us. But it's only certain volume users.
Correct.
I think it's over 20,000 gallons per month. It's got to be in a drought stage, and I don't remember the drought stage off the top of my head, but it's not automatic for everybody, and I don't want to scare anybody.
That's very similar to the CPS energy surcharge now that it's actually, I think it's a genius way to do it. It's very equitable. So people can get into control.
I got a question for Mr.
Yes.
Campos.
Go ahead.
Is
Mr.
that fine?
Alaska.
Is that determined by the board of directors, or does that have to be approved by city council in San Antonio?
So they had the presentation today. There was a lot of questions, and that item was tabled. It's got to go through the Board of Trustees for SAWS, and then it's going to eventually go to the city council for a vote.
So if city council in San Antonio approves that does that affect the people in Leon Valley?
Yes.
A third of us that are on SAWS.
Yeah.
I'm on SAWS.
I'm not.
But it won't affect Leon Valley water customers at all.
Right, no.
But it may be something to consider as we move forward. Sorry for all these questions.
Don't worry.
Y'all got some good questions. Thank you.
And
Yeah.
I spoke to him before the meeting. I said, I'm going to have a lot of questions, so thank you.
It's fine. So this is the cost,
2 million.
yeah, for our fraction I was talking about earlier. So this is a water source impact fee that we could impose, 2 million over 390 meters. Other places you can look, capital improvements costs to expand the capacity of your facilities. The city of Leon Valley has 400,000 gallons of elevated storage capacity between, I believe, 2 elevated storage tanks. One of them is the Marshall elevated storage tank. In the next 10 years, they expect that this tank will need to come down, though. So the cost to replace this existing tank with a slightly larger tank could be handled as a capital improvement cost for system capacity expansion. We estimated the cost to demolish and put in a new larger tank here at $750,000. So that's another
Okay. Go ahead.
fraction we can utilize, 750,000 over 390.
Go ahead, Mr. Campos.
Did somebody do probable cost on that tank? 750 seems awfully cheap for me. And then I'm throwing out this question: Is it really related? Replacing that tank, is it related to just wear and tear of our entire system, or that it's due to the increase of our water needs? And so that's where I was, scratching my head.
Right. And I understand that concern with knowledge that you would not have, this tank is in such a state that it would not be usable sometime in the next 10 years. So you would need to replace it. Now that would just be general maintenance, but to size it up in anticipation of future need, which is what we show, 390 meters or more service customers coming in all the time, you will need to expand your capacity at some point. So that's why this was lumped in as a capital improvement project for system capacity expansion.
Okay, but is it 750 or is it higher? I think
It's 750 was an estimate I made.
Okay.
The size of the tank, 150,000, is not that large. I measured it against a number of other tanks, but a lot of elevated storage tanks are of a much higher capacity. A lot of elevated storage tanks that I was reviewing against were all 500K, was like one of the smallest ones. It was very difficult to find something within this range, but the cost per gallon for elevated storage is about in this region.
Okay, go ahead.
So this, is the $750,000, is it attributed to the upsizing? So it's not really the total cost of replacing it. We have 100,000 gallon, and we're replacing it with 150. So we're increasing the size, and because we're increasing the size, that's what the 750 is attributed to?
It's attributed to the cost of the entire project.
Okay, because, all right, I have a feeling that it's a little low, but that's just, I'm not an engineer. I just, it's just a gut feel.
Well, and as it moves into the future, you know, this is cost for, at best estimate, as I did for today. But with a proper capital improvements plan in place, you know, and setting this 5 to 6 or however many years in the future, you can set what a better estimate of what that will be. And again, when you set these impact fees, we recommend you review them regularly. So these project costs are evaluated, much like your water source costs. If those rise, you're adjusting that based upon those estimates.
Okay, go ahead.
And I have a question. So if we're looking at new development, new development, and you're looking at the impact fees, I don't know if our system's looped or not, where all three, in another world, SAWS has pressure zones.
Right,
okay?
yes. I
And
believe Leon Valley has, well, you have 2 elevated tanks, so you might have 2 pressure zones.
Don't we have one at Marshall? Don't we have one at Whataburger around there? And then we have one at the
Oh, yes, you have 3. Sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
And so the development that we're embarking on is really Seneca West, which is by our donut area, okay? So if there's no improvements to that, if we're saying the Marshall tank is going to be redone, replaced, but it has no way of providing water to that new area, is that also in the consideration here, and saying, wait a minute, where the developers can come and say,
expanding capacity at this tank will help take load off of your system as it tries to feed that larger tank. That larger tank further north is your largest and is sized properly to service that area.
but my question is, can we transfer water from one elevated storage to another?
I do not know that. Generally, no. Once it goes up, it's just in your service system. But if you're not using your wells to constantly feed this small tank as it's running dry, your well capacity is better serviced to whatever other tank is being utilized more.
Okay, but I guess that's one question I have. If they're just, our tanks are serving just the immediate region that they're located in, but our expansion for new water customers or new demand is we're over here at the Marshall tank, and it's only in this area where we have a working tank that's properly sized. Is that an eligible cost? I don't know the answer to it, and I'm asking that, if we could go back and look at that.
Okay, understood. I've dealt with it as an
Mr.
eligible
Stevens.
cost in my evaluation.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So currently we have around 2,700 meters. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
27 or 2,800?
25, something
And then,
like that,
so
yeah.
we're anticipating that over the next, until we're like maxed out, I guess,
10
that we
years.
might add another 600 meters?
Oh,
It was
until we're maxed? I
390.
don't know the
390.
the
390.
max development number, but yeah, 390 over this evaluation
Yeah.
period.
Okay, so we're going, so we have 2,800, 2576.
25. yeah.
Okay, and then we're going to add 390 in the next 10 years. Okay, so maybe there's some after there. So if we get 390 plus 2,600, say, we're like at 3,000. So what I don't understand is we currently have, going to the slide, we currently have 400,000 gallons of elevated storage capacity,
To serve
which is enough
4,000
to serve 4,000 meters, yet we said in 10 years, we're only going to have 3,000 meters. And then we're not only, that's what we currently have, but then we're upsizing. I don't understand why we're upsizing, I guess, if that's the truth, because all that's going to do I can understand like for a temporary, because you want to do something with the other tanks, maybe that's good, but in the long term, like assets turn into liabilities, and you end up having to upkeep liabilities, and I would assume the larger a storage tank, going from 100,000 to 150,000, I'm sure all of the upkeep on that will be more expensive because of that extra 50,000 gallon capacity. Like just the cost of repainting it, right?
In that way, yeah, but it's a small difference. The tank itself is not going to be that much larger. Again, like I said, a lot of the elevated storage, 250, 500, 1,000, these are like small ones. 100, 150,000, the size difference between those two is pretty negligible.
All right,
in the sense of maintenance cost, which is mostly just coatings, and then like if you're going to go in and if
so
it's
why are we going up to
tank.
150,000 gallon tank?
For expansion of capacity at that site.
Is this just so we can charge the impact fee?
Because if this tank comes down, then your elevated storage falls beneath what capacity you would require.
Well, but we just said it's going to get up to 3,000. And honestly, if this whole tank came down, according to TCEQ, we would still have plenty of capacity, right?
But not for that pressure zone.
Okay, so not for that specific location.
All right. Mr. Martinez.
Okay.
You mentioned that it's possible to have an additional 390 meters in the next 10 years.
Yes, sir.
In all your calculations, did you figure in the 150 that are going in right now?
That's involved in that.
But that's going to happen this next year, so that's going to leave you with not much growth. And if we develop the Samaritan and the property the city owns over here, that could be another 300 meters right in that. So, we're up to 500 meters just in what I can see in the near future. And you only are allocating for 390.
Right. Understood. And that number, like I said, is just my best guess based upon things I can back up with data that I have. So if you guys expect and have data to back up an expansion of more than 1.2 or 1.3% annual growth for the next 10 years, then these things should be reevaluated more regularly. But since these were last set in 2008, I was given the task of doing my best with the limited data I have to try and get something in front of you for
the next 10 years.
Soon.
Yeah. All right. Yes, Mr. Campos.
So I don't know when an impact fee is assessed. Is it when you get the plat, when it's platted? Is that when when does a developer know this is my impact fee for your development? What's the trigger?
Did they cut the check?
No, I
believe it's when they apply for said development. I'm not terribly involved in planning and zoning, but I do believe when they say, I plan to place however many lots upon this. Oh, do you know? Oh, sorry.
Is that an impact fee per lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So when they apply for their building permit, when they are ready to build, we do impact fees first before they get their building permit.
Okay.
And that is, David Dimmeline does that for us.
So, just so I'm clear, so the developments on Huebner Road, I don't,
Center one?
Yeah, they have already they're under the old development fees.
Yes, sir.
So this would apply, and the triangle would have the old impact fees. So I think the study's going to apply only to new development going forward.
So Center 1 and Trilogy have not applied for building permits yet.
Oh, okay. So they could be impacted by
Yes,
this.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
it's per lot.
And it's per lot.
Thank you.
And I know you said new development, but there was also something I read about, unless there's a change in use requiring more water or wastewater, and I was thinking, would that apply to somebody that's putting in a swimming pool or a sprinkler system? Would they have an impact fee?
If they're requesting a new meter to service
Okay.
said system.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. And I still don't get 4.6 meters per resident or whatever you had over
Well,
there.
that's just the way it
I know,
rounded
that's,
out.
I mean, to me, I don't.
4.6 residents per meter.
Yeah, I thought you had 1 meter per resident, but that's not right.
No, ma'am. It's your house has a meter, so
Yeah.
you know the standard. 3.5 people
Mm-hmm.
per household.
Oh, it's people, not meters. Okay.
Right.
4.6 people.
Right. 4.6 residents per
Residents
meter.
per meter. Thank you. Okay, it didn't say that, residents, so that's what, okay, great. I'm glad to get that clarified. Thank you. All right. All right, if you'll continue, please.
So impact fees are allowed to be assessed per the Texas Local Government Code, and it's outlined in Chapter 395. They talk about the credit that you have to assess when you're talking about impact fees. So I've been talking about this as a fraction, where your total cost for capital improvement is over the total number of meters that you expect. But you cannot assess that entire capital impact fee to per lot to the developer as is. You have to assess some kind of credit that means the city is also putting in money towards these
Bearing the
improvements
cost.
also.
Okay.
You have to calculate this credit, but you can forego that calculation by just opting to say 50% of the impact fee is covered by the city, 50% is covered by the developer.
Gotcha.
And that's what we've
Okay.
opted for here. So if we put our costs in that table down at the bottom there, you can see CIP stands for Capital Improvement Project Cost. And then the next slot over in the table is that cost divided by the 390 service units we expect over the next 10 years. And then the final line on that table is with 50% credit addressed to it. So your max impact fee as assessed here is $2,650 per service unit for water supply and $962 per service unit for system development fees.
So both of those fees would be applied for new development?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Stevens?
I'm just curious regarding the Chapter 395 of the government code. Maybe just a clarification. Are impact fees, is this chapter specific to water and sewer, or are there other impact fees that can be incurred by a developer?
I believe there are others, but in my case, I'm only looking at the water and sewer side.
Right. So I understand.
Did you have?
Okay. So right now we're just looking at water and sewer.
Well, right now
Are
we're
there-
just looking at water. We're not even.
Oh,
looking
we're
at
just looking at
sewer.
water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And is this currently the only impact fee that the city of Leon Valley charges, or do we have a sewer one as well?
The city currently has a sewer impact fee
Have
also.
a sewer, but we're only water. And do we have any other impact fees for like roadway or anything?
Oh, not for roadways.
Okay, so it's a similar thing, just not in our, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez had his hand up next.
With your numbers here, this is based on 390 units being built?
Yes.
Okay, and what if it came up to 500 units? How would
I'd have
that?
to reevaluate everything.
Would it increase or decrease?
The impact fee would go down.
Okay.
Because that's, if you're looking at your fraction, your costs are up top and your number of service units expected is on bottom. So if this number is 390, then that's the number. But if it's 500, then you're separating the cost, the impact fee, through more different developments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Campos?
I have more of a procedural question in that once we've gone through this, we've vetted it, and we ultimately, I guess, take a vote, is there a waiting period as to when these take effect?
Yeah, so after today, we've got to wait 30 days. We've got to publish it. Then we got to come back. And then after that, it requires 2 more reads? Yeah.
Okay.
And we also have to have a public hearing tonight. So we haven't done that yet.
You got to do your public, it's, the reason that y'all saw this at your retreat almost a year
Right.
ago, but there's a lot that goes into this. Like we have to set up the capital improvements committee, that comes through your zoning commission, they have to hear it, they have to evaluate it. So this process is time consuming. So now we're a year later and we've gone through this is the tail end of it.
So I would like, Dr. Calera, this only deals with water.
Yes.
Okay. So SAWS just passed their impact fees, their update to their impact fees in March, and they're effective in June. But in their impact fees, there's also a sewer impact fee. In my understanding, I'm really asking the question, is that for our Leon Valley residents, it's our sewer pipes, but eventually we empty out somewhere with SAWS.
Correct.
And so they have elevated their fees, and I think we need to get ahead of the curve right now because our impact or our rates to SAWS may go up, and we need to take this time to get on board with their new sewer rates. Because with this new development, it's going to increase our volume, and we might not be recovering enough.
Yeah, we've got the sewer impact fees as well as your water rates are coming. We found that if we try to bring everything to y'all all at once, the conversation gets convoluted, and then we spend weeks, months, things get postponed. So we like to bring one thing at a time. That's next.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Anything else over here? Okay. All right, Mr. James, we're almost finished.
Yes. So as I was working through all those gut checks and assumptions, at the end of the day, I wanted to make sure that the proposed impact fees I was presenting to you were in line or were not extreme. So these are the existing SAWS impact fees, or the SAWS impact fees from when I was doing this evaluation. They were adopted in 2020. They levy a flow impact fee, a water supply impact fee, and a system development impact fee. I show you the impact fees that I'm proposing alongside your existing Leon Valley impact fees, and then on the far left is the SAWS impact fees. Leon Valley does not need to increase the size of their water mains, so I would not suggest imposing a flow impact fee. Normally for systems, if you have, say, lines that are smaller than 6-inch, 2-inch lines, 4-inch lines, those can only service so many houses before they are at capacity, and pressure in that line falls below what TCEQ or the Texas Water Development Board requires. Leon Valley has no water mains smaller than 6 inches, so you guys are sized out very well. So you can see the SAWS impact fees from 2020. They are levying a $2,700 water supply impact fee. My suggestion to you was to levy a $2,650 impact fee per unit. And similarly, their system development impact fee landed around $900, and yours also. So I felt at least this proved to me that
it's comparable.
Through this exercise, things made a little bit of sense.
Mr. Stevens.
Okay, so after you had said your comment, I went and looked at their changes. So there's a significant change. Well, there's actually something interesting and then a significant change.
Okay.
So on this chart, that 2706 is actually reduced by 4% to 2,592. So they actually went down on their new fees. To be of note, because that means that Leon Valley will be more expensive than SAWS, just on that line item. However, on the next line item, system development impact fee, theirs was at $850. They have 3 different areas of development, and so the least expensive is $855, or was, I guess, until June. But they raised it to $1,510.
Really?
Yeah, so I just wonder, that makes me wonder if we're like way undershooting this is, how is it divided up? Like, how do you determine how
The
it's
water
divided?
supply impact fee is based upon water sourcing, and the system development impact fee is based upon your capital improvements.
Oh, okay.
So the tank was one major project that I found that we could lump in under capital improvements.
Oh, yeah, okay, I see. So there's no other system developed? I'm just wondering what SAWS is doing that made theirs so expensive? Like, or raise, almost 77% over the course of 3 years.
I couldn't tell you, but they have a much more massive and complex system with many, many more tanks, many more elevated, many more boost stations. I'm working on a number of projects with them and just helped them with a brand new ground storage tank that was like 7 million gallons. These things are massive and they cost a lot of money. So every new water source they bring on has to have its own boost station to then incorporate into the system. And that's where a lot of their money was going in the past few years with Vista Ridge and things like that.
Okay.
Okay.
So to your knowledge, there's no other capital
In my
assets
discussions
that
with
we would ever...
Public Works and Melinda, we were looking for projects that would pertain, and this was the major one that we said, we'll start here, and as we move forward and reevaluate these things with better knowledge, this will get better over time. But there was just a desire to move quickly with this, since when we looked at it, we noticed these hadn't been touched since 2008. If you look at the far right side, that's what you're charging right now. Any new development coming in is the amount of money that they are paying to you is not enough to help sustain the capacity growth you need.
Okay. Anything else before we move on?
And,
Yes.
and just to note that the proposed impact fee is after the 50% credit to
Yes,
the
sir.
developer.
Yeah.
So it's so different than.
Okay. Mr. Martinez?
And this is more to Dr. Caldera. Our proposed impact fee is $36.12, but in the consent agenda for the Leon Valley Historical Society, we're waiving $36.29. So it looks like you're going by the proposed fee instead of the existing $16.92.
I didn't go by anything. That was a letter submitted by the Historical Society.
It's probably a different meter size.
And so they asked for
Okay.
the waiver of the fees and
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is that about do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
So yeah, and then like I said throughout, we recommend after considering these, you do regularly reevaluate your impact fees, seeking out those new capital improvement projects, looking at your population projections, your land use more directly, and that will help determine for those specific projects you guys talking about with like system capacity for storage for those different areas you're talking about where you're expecting more development. A more directed land use study in conjunction with a capital improvements plan really helps define these much better than I was able to do immediately here.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we do have a public hearing. So let me open the public hearing at 9:02. And do we have any comments from our citizens that are here in chambers tonight on the impact fees? Okay. I don't see anyone that is desiring to comment. So at 9:02, we'll close the public hearing. And again, this is our first read. And so we will put it on the next agenda for the second read. And what is the council's pleasure? Do you want to put it through the consent agenda, or do you want to hear it again?
You can put it in a consent agenda because they can always pull it.
That's true. Okay. Is that amenable to everyone?
I don't know if we can put it on consent agenda next time. You have to do another public hearing. So, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out.
Yes,
It'll
so
be
we'll
there.
determine,
Okay.
yes.
Put it on the regular agenda.
We'll
Okay.
follow whatever the statute says.
Sure, we'll do that. James, thank you so much for all your efforts. We do appreciate it, and answering all of the council's questions. You are very, very appreciative of your efforts. All righty, thank you so much.
Council, thank you.
All righty, take care. All right, we're moving then to agenda item 3 and 4. Can we take that together, I wonder? Because
So
really.
I need him to
these-
explain, so one is your actual PEG funds. You have to read them separately, because
Okay.
one is a general fund budget adjustment ordinance, and the other one is PEG fund.
Presentation is so similar, though.
Yes, yes,
But
they
we'll
are.
do that, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
If you read both, then he can just explain them to you if you want to do that.
Oh, like that? Okay.
So-
let's-
so we can
let's-
do the
let's
first
do it
read
that-
of the
Let's do it
Okay.
that way. Okay, so, and we don't have a vote, it's first read, but let me go ahead and read agenda items 7.3 and 7.4, and then we can discuss it together. 7.3, presentation and discussion of an ordinance authorizing a fiscal year 2023-24 general fund budget adjustment in the amount of $6,335 from the Public Education and Government, that's PEG, restricted fund balance for the purpose of increasing the Economic Development Department budget and authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Spectrum Enterprise for PEG channel service. And again, on both of these, Roque Salinas, our Director of Economic Development, will present. 7.4, presentation and discussion of an ordinance authorizing a fiscal year 2023-24 general fund budget adjustment in the amount of $3,080 for the purpose of increasing the Economic Development Department budget for PEG channel service till the end of fiscal year 2024. And again, Mr. Salinas will make that presentation. So without further ado, Mr. Salinas, thank you for your patience and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and
yes,
Council.
you bet.
Back a while ago, we were tasked with getting PEG channel services. So that is a public education and governmental channel that you see the City of San Antonio have and some other cities have in the area. We have been collecting the fee for a while, and so we wanted to provide those channel services where we can have broadcasting for over the air for the council meetings, other things that we would like to provide for the residents, so they would have to be on Spectrum Channel TV. This process took a while, but we're finally at the point where council needs to kind of get involved. We have a reserve, so we have two different items. One is for capital improvements, so Spectrum can do one-time costs, so they can have the equipment on here and put the channel together. And so that one was for $7,000. And then, so that will come out of the PEG fund reserve.
Right.
And so because we're only restricted to use that money for capital improvements. And then the second one is for the ongoing operation of the channel, which is about $700 a month. The channel is in HD. We've tried to do other things with them, and apparently standard definition is a little bit more expensive, so we stuck with the HD service. And so both of these items are required so we can get the budget moved over so we can pay for those services. So the first one that we have here is for $3,080 at about $700, and it's in the contract. I think it's like $775 or $774 a month. Yeah. For 4 months for the remainder of the fiscal year. Spectrum will come out, do their capital improvement connections and all that stuff. And so they will not bill us until the channel is actually operational. And we're guessing roughly around 3 months, or 3 or 4 months, which is this $3,000 for this fiscal year. If the funds are not used and we don't start until October, that's perfectly fine. We'll just kind of keep the money and saved up, and we'll roll it into the next fiscal year, which will be asked for in the budget. And so the second part of it is the $7,000 where Spectrum needs to come in and hook up to whatever they need to hook up for, and that's their one-time capital expense that will come out of the PEG fund. So that is the difference between these two items. They're both related, but because under state law we're not allowed to use PEG funds for ongoing operations of the channel, we have to pay for it out of the general fund, and the capital one-time cost can come out of the PEG fund. So that's why we have two separate items. So your options here are either to approve or deny both of these items. And so, unfortunately, we can't have one without the other. So you would either have to approve or deny both of them. And so, I think that's what I already talked about that.
Okay. Can I ask you, was Spectrum the only channel that you reached out to?
Yes, Spectrum
Okay.
is the only channel that we reach out to. we had a hard time with them just for them. So as soon as we get this ball rolling, if we see that there's other channel services, then we can reach out to other people out there. But right now, Spectrum is the only one that we reach out to right now.
Well, and also, isn't another reason that we need to go through this is because then, once we do this, we're able to access the PEG funds for improvements in this facility. And I think we had a letter from a citizen that said, why are we paying for this when YouTube is free? So I just wanted
So
to
you
make
can't
that
use your,
clarification.
so I do want to make it clear because I saw the same email that came through.
Right.
You can't use your PEG funds. We've already asked if we could use it because YouTube is a channel and we could that be a public education channel and it's free. The attorneys, we've got 2 separate attorney opinions. They've said, no, you actually have to, it's very clear that you have to have an actual public education channel, a television channel. And so, and the city's never touched it because y'all have never, we've looked into having a channel in the past and it was overly complicated and we couldn't access it. And so we've spent a lot of time and research and there aren't another public channel services out there. Spectrum is going to be at City of San Antonio is on Spectrum, Converse is on Spectrum, and so the majority of cities are on Spectrum.
Let me ask you this, does that mean that our residents who don't have Spectrum will not be able to look at council meetings?
No, they'll be able to YouTube it, they'll be able to access it all the other ways.
Okay.
This will just provide a channel. We'll also put whatever information we put on this channel, we'll stream it as well.
Okay.
So they'll have access to it.
All right, very good. Mr. Stevens.
Do we know how many residents have Spectrum?
We don't, but from my understanding, the majority of people have Spectrum here. But we get PEG fund services per, not PEG fund, we get the residuals from them. So most of them do have Spectrum. The other option would be like DirecTV, which again would be very, very few in my opinion. As I'm driving through the neighborhoods, I don't see a lot of satellites out there. And then.
So you're basing that off of the 3% or whatever the.
Yeah, again,
I'm on Spectrum, but I thought we were on DirecTV. Is that AT&T?
No, DirecTV is its own channel.
Okay, but that's not the satellite,
No,
right?
they may be, I
Or
guess
is it
maybe.
the satellite? It's owned by
It's
AT&T, that's what I
separate,
thought.
yes. AT&T
Yeah.
provides internet, DirecTV is TV itself.
Okay, all right, so that's what we're on. Yeah.
But so like with YouTube TV and stuff, we were delayed on the funds. Is that in your?
It's not a channel, so.
Not a
I
public
understand.
education channel.
I'm just trying to get at like, so we're going to be spending $700 a month for the foreseeable, $770 per month for the foreseeable future. So we have a channel on Spectrum that's available to.
So.
Not me.
Okay.
Not me.
I mean, what we can reach out to other ones. The problem is that we started this project in October. I mean, more than likely, some of these cable providers don't want to give up that free channel, and so, or not that free channel, that channel in itself. Spectrum was the one that, when we looked at consensus-wise, that's the majority that have Spectrum. We can go back and take a look at who provides other services, and we can do that. But right now, we would have to go into separate agreements with every single one of them. So we would have to do this.
I know, but what I'm saying, so we're going to be spending $770 a month, right? And like, how we already know, not that many people watch these council meetings, maybe 30 at the most. Every now and then, maybe 100, but usually just a couple. And so, if we're spending $770 a month, and just imagine nobody watches that channel. Is it a 24-hour channel? Will it like replay?
It is a 24-hour channel. We are required under federal law to have at least 8 hours of programming on there, and so of whatever programming we want. So if we want to go do interviews for the businesses and highlight a business, we can do that. If we want to live stream the 4th of July, we can do that. If we want to have ongoing PowerPoints on business meetings and park commissions and whatever it is that we're recording, we can do all that. It's not solely just for the council meeting. We have control of what can go on there. If we need to put federal emergencies, state emergencies, things like that, those were a message from the president, governor, whatever, all that can be on there. So it serves as a public education channel. It's a variety of things, not just the council meetings that you see on YouTube, which is what we have right now, or our website, which you just do one thing.
And then that was loud?
Yes.
So I want to make note that you can't use those funds for anything else. And but what I'm saying is y'all asked for me to explore innovative options to be able to not expend general fund money. And we went out 3 times. I mean, in the last 4 years, y'all have asked me to do an upgrade in the council chambers. And the cost have come in at 150. I think one was 220,000. And y'all said that was outrageous. And we're, all of these things. And so y'all didn't want me to use general fund monies. And so this was an idea to be able to use the PEG funds that you've had saved to be able to do
How much reserve is that?
350,000?
It's in the MNC. It's in the MNC.
That you have,
put it in
and
the
so we're putting in next year's budget to be able to do the upgrade in this system, which is rewire the dais, have your screens put up here, upgrade the Crestron equipment, be able to switch, have a split screen so you can be able to watch it at home. All of those things, but without using general fund money to be able to use PEG fund monies. And this is a 3-year agreement. After the 3 years, if the council decides y'all don't want to have a PEG fund anymore, or you don't want to have a channel anymore, then you go back to banking your reserve, and then you end your contract with Spectrum, and you don't.
So is the 3-year agreement, is it fixed $770 a month?
Yes.
For
For 36
years?
months. Yep.
For 36 months.
Well, that's good.
That's good. That's not what they usually do to consumers.
I know,
So
they don't.
And from our conversations with other cities, they kind of keep it. Once you renew, they keep that price very similar, very close to what that is.
Okay.
So we actually got a higher rate for standard definition. I don't know why. So it's better for it to be in HD.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mhm.
Okay, I've got some questions. I guess it looks like part of this, the fees, is to upgrade the internet to a 50 meg synchronous fiber connection. I guess that was the $770 a month or whatever.
No, that's the 7,000. That's the one-time upgrade that they need to do.
And why are we paying for Spectrum to upgrade their system when they do that for free?
Because they don't want to give us a channel.
The channel and their upgrade to fiber is 2 different topics.
No, it's not. So we had them come out, they did an assessment of our system, and so when we had the attorney, that took a lot of the time too, we had the attorney review whether or not they could charge us for these costs. The attorneys reviewed both of these items, and they can in fact charge us for the one-time installation fee as well as the monthly cost.
And I also want to point out that when we went out for standard definition, so the standard definition will reduce the one-time fee significantly to like $600, but the monthly fee is higher. And so when you put the total together, the standard definition price is higher.
It would be ludicrous to do anything in SD today.
Okay,
Everybody's going 1080 or 4K or 8K's right around knocking on the door. So SD, nobody wants ST. It's like looking at a grainy old picture. But anyway, okay, so the fiber upgrade is one part. The other part is, why are we doing this? Right now, there are 3 people watching this on YouTube.
Because then you can't access your PEG funds any other way.
Now,
You can't touch your PEG funds unless you do a channel. And so you just have them sitting there.
But that's what 2 attorneys have said, right?
Don't interrupt me, please.
Yeah, okay. I was just answering your question.
No. Okay, so City of San Antonio has an off-the-air channel. Is this anything to do with the off-the-air channel?
What is an off-the-air channel? Is that like a Spectrum channel?
That's where you have an outside antenna on your house, and I don't know, I forget what channel it is, but you can watch the City of San Antonio City Council meetings. Huh?
You mean
I don't remember the channel, but you can just go, if you have an outside antenna, you can pick up KSAT or the local channels.
Oh, you're over
like
the air.
KSAT has 5 channels off the air.
Sure.
I think KSAT does the same thing. They have 4 or 5 channels, and there's about 60 off the air channels in San Antonio that you can watch for free. And the City of San Antonio is one of those. Is this proposal including that channel or not?
So I don't know the answer to that, 1. 2, every single one of those channels has their own broadcast antenna. So the City of San Antonio, if you're going to do over the air, it's not free. The City of San Antonio has to put the infrastructure out to get the channel out. So even if we were to do non-spectrum and get the channel out over the air where you can get an antenna, we would still have to put a significant amount of money out there to have broadcast capabilities over the air.
Right, I know that.
So the answer to your question is I don't know.
TV. I'm very, very familiar with broadcast TV. So I can see where, we have to find a use for the money, but.
And then I would like to point out, because Counselor Stevens said 2 attorneys and all our auditors as well.
But it seems kind of a waste to spend this kind of money for 3 people watching. The last council meeting, when we had the big public hearing on the Samaritan property, we had 8 people watching, and then when we went into executive session, they had it on a computer screen, and people could hear the audience, but they were looking at a computer screen, and
as what's in all
there was
other
two
cities.
Two people ended up staying the 50 minutes or something like that till the end of the meeting. So we have 3 people watching now. What kind of audience can we get?
But the point is, these funds are limited, and I think that if we do have this channel, then we go out and we educate the citizens. Look, we've got this channel, and this is what. Well, can we have a schedule like of what we're going to run? You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I would
think
also
it's
like
worth
to
it.
mention that you'd be paying less for this than you do your Lions Roar. You pay about $36,000 a year for your Lions Roar.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
and people want something in paper, but this is, again, I think it's a change, but it's a, I think I'm supportive of it. So, Mr. Campos.
Mr. Salinas, thank you for
Yeah.
doing your presentation. And get a question, this upgrade to the, whatever the 7,000 is involved in, is that a better internet system that we currently have?
From my understanding, it's needed to be able to broadcast in HD. So we have 2 contracts. One is in standard definition, as Mr. Martinez said. No one wants to see standard definition. The one-time fee at the beginning is only about $800, because they just need the broadcast hooked up. That's not in the package. When we run numbers over 3 years, the HD service is cheaper.
Right.
As Mr. Martinez says, people want to watch HD, so it's a win-win for us to do it. So we picked this one over over standard definition.
Right.
We can go standard definition. You're going to pay less up front. You're going to pay more in the long term of a 3-year contract because it costs more monthly. I don't know why, and you're going to have standard definition service that we can't control.
And then once we go through, we start this, then our expenditure, and I'm asking, are our expenditures for updating the council chambers, the lighting, the monitors, now that becomes eligible because we have a PEG channel and we're able to tap this money.
That is correct.
I think this is just a step forward to get to that level.
Just been sitting there for,
and
I've
I'm
been mayor
supportive
for a
of
long
it.
time. We've never used PEG funds, ever. This is the first proposal that Dr. Caldera is bringing forth to us today. Mr. Martinez.
Okay, one thing, just so clarify, standard definition TV can be done on coax.
What's coax?
Coax is just just a wire with if you have Spectrum at home, they bring it in on coax, just regular TV wire. And standard definition can be run off of regular coax. It doesn't take anything special. This proposal is for fiber, and with everybody knows when you have an internet connection, they'll tell you, hey, you have 100 meg down, but 5 meg up, or you have 300 meg and 10 meg. It's the 300 meg. Everybody likes to watch TV or watch movies or watch do something. So the download is the speed that you want. That's a higher number. Most people what do they do with the computers? Type letters or send an email or something. That's your upload speed, and that doesn't have to be fast at all. So this service that they're proposing is 50 meg synchronous, which means 50 megs up, 50 megs down. So
so that's good, right?
That's good. So
okay.
If that can be tied into our regular internet here, then we're going to have super fast internet for the city hall for everybody here. Because, you know,
Well, I
the
don't
use
think
of,
this
the
proposal
TV
has
has
anything
nothing
to do with that.
that.
Yeah.
I'm just
Right.
trying to get us back on topic
Right.
here. So again, guys, if you don't want to use your PEG funds, it's fine. It can sit there. It's just my job to try to bring you different avenues. This was another avenue in order for you not to expend that 150,000 from your general fund. We also need another vehicle that hasn't been purchased. We haven't purchased a vehicle. We can purchase a vehicle as long as the media relations people use that vehicle. You can also purchase a vehicle out of those funds as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradshaw. And then
The
Mr.
next question
Stevens.
is, how much do we have in PEG funds? that we can-
398,000.
Oh, yeah, 398,000.
Almost 400,000?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, 298,000.
It's in
You
the, it's in the M&C.
It's in the M&C. It's
And then- and
298,000.
That's
My
unaudited,
apology.
so that's
Yeah.
as of last
Yeah.
year. That's of September when I was audited last year. So it's grown since then.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Bradshaw.
that was my
Mr.
question.
Stevens, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, 298,000.
So the PEG fund, is it federal? Is it like a federal law? How does
No,
that
it was a
collect
Texas, I thought it was Texas
both.
legislature. I have to look it up.
Texas?
I think so.
They're both, it's in federal and state, so the federal
Public
passed
education and governmental.
1984, I think, 1988 for the federal, and then the state made some updates back in 2002, 2004, somewhere in that area.
So it was
Okay.
federal and state.
So yeah, so by
Okay.
federal law, like I said, we're required to have at least 8 hours of service. And they
Okay.
tell, and that under federal and state law, we're not allowed to spend, we're only allowed to spend it on capital uses. And under federal laws, we have for the attorney, we have to have the channel a broadcast channel to spend those money else.
Okay, so is the plan, just for clarification, because I don't think Spectrum is the end all. I have principal problems with Spectrum personally. Any service that reports to a credit bureau in today's world is like an evil service, in my opinion. AT&T is one, Spectrum is one. If you cut off and you don't turn in your cable box or whatever, you'll get a hash on your credit score. I don't think that's good for consumers. And so for that reason, I'm very against this. However, if we make a commitment that we will also invest into whatever we're streaming on Spectrum, especially during meetings, and especially that we're streaming in other platforms like YouTube TV.
Yes.
Like, I think that is the best to do.
That's the
Because-
plan.
I think you said that.
Well,
before.
frankly, it sounded like we're going to go out and tell everybody to go get Spectrum.
No.
Because
No,
we
no,
now
no.
have this
No,
broadcast
no,
access channel, which is exactly what they want us to
No,
do.
so we want to do more. There's a lot of cities that are doing more with their media and interviewing businesses, doing like small, not podcasts, but like interviews with the mayor, interviews with council members, doing certain things like that. And that's kind of always been the vision. So anything that we put on this channel would be streamed on our Facebook, would be streamed on our YouTube. It's to get more community engagement altogether. And so this is just a way for us to access the funds. I mean, there's not another way for us to access these funds from what we've been told by the auditors and by the attorneys, other than to have a public channel. Now, again, if the council wants us to go look at and see if there's other providers, we
Yeah.
can certainly do that. I mean, I don't have a problem doing that. It's not an easy feat. It's not like they have a division that's set up to give cities channels. Like it's been a difficult process, and that's why it's taken so long for us to get to this point. But we can certainly do that. We can certainly go look at other providers if that's what you want us to do. I don't have an issue with that.
I think though, if we make a commitment, and that's why, because it's not in what we've been presented today, but if we make a commitment, there is a fact, which is YouTube and Facebook are free.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're available and the only thing that you can buy at the store now is a smart TV, which has YouTube TV for free to everyone. And so anybody that ever buys a TV can access YouTube. And so if we stream on YouTube, anybody that has internet access can access, regardless of whether they have AT&T, DirecTV, all of them.
Yeah.
And so I think if we make that commitment from the very beginning, it will be wise. Because, I mean, you can approach and waste your time on going to YouTube TV and all of the others, or we can just stream it on YouTube as a
Which you're doing right now, but YouTube TV is free, therefore they don't pay PEG fund servicers, therefore we can't use that money.
No, I'm not saying YouTube TV.
YouTube, yeah, we're on YouTube right now. I mean,
Right,
so that's
right.
what I'm saying. So we're adding these time Spectrum is collecting a PEG service fee, and therefore we have to broadcast, not on their program, but we have to broadcast somewhere in order for us to access those funds. We're on YouTube right now. We will still do YouTube. We will still do Facebook. We can probably stream 24/7 on whatever it is, traffic on Bandera, something. We can do it. But in order for us to get the PEG funds released, we have to have a broadcast over-the-air system. Someone who is paying PEG funds to the city of Leon.
Yeah, I think the way that I'm looking at it is we're going to be expending 770. Regardless, I understand 300,000 sitting there. We need to use it because we need to upgrade stuff. Got it. But we're going to be spending $770 of general fund money every month for the foreseeable future, and we need to be able to tell our residents that live in the community, hey, even if you don't switch to the evil Spectrum company, you will still benefit from this $770 we're spending out of the general fund, because we're going to increase our IT equipment in the council chambers, and that'll go on YouTube TV. I think that's all that we need to hear.
And all the equipment.
Or not YouTube TV, YouTube.
Yes, regular YouTube, and the equipment we're going to be able to use, you're going to get better quality videos. I mean, what you're seeing right now is what Crystal can stream from her iPhone,
right.
And so we need better equipment to be able to do some of the things we would like to do.
Okay.
And we can use
Let
PEG
me
funds to
ask you
do that.
this. You did your research, and so the city of San Antonio, Converse, anybody else, and they're all on Spectrum?
Yeah, City of San Antonio, and the only other provider the City of San Antonio has is Apple TV. It's City of San Antonio, Apple TV, and then YouTube, like you said, everything over the air.
How much is Apple TV?
We didn't ask for Apple TV. I mean, this really, you have no idea how long this took. This was a lot of back and forth with Spectrum.
Oh, I believe it.
And
Spectrum's
so,
difficult to work with.
Absolutely. So our first priority was just to figure out what we didn't know, because it was a long process to get to it. So once we figured out this process, this is our first step. If y'all don't want to go through it, that's fine. We can reach out to Apple TV, but then the other option is we have to, the same way that you don't want people to sign up for Spectrum, we have to have them sign up for Apple TV.
Right.
So we would have to do a contract with all these people. Now, what we can ask is if we get with Spectrum, does that mean we can get free over-the-air service? I think we can, which is the antenna, right, where you plug into the antenna. You don't have to buy Spectrum, but we can ask that question. And if the answer is yes, then that alleviates your concern that we are forcing people to buy Spectrum. But we will also allow stream stuff on YouTube just like we do every day. And the other the other perk is that it allows us to advertise businesses locally to residents where, as a department, we're not allowed to pay for advertisement. It has to be free. And so being on TV and having interviews and doing tours of facilities and things like that, that is a way for them to learn about the new businesses that are coming in, instead of having people go on Facebook. A lot of the residents here, we Facebook blast everything when we have a grand opening. A lot of the older residents don't have Facebook, don't check Facebook, don't check YouTube. So maybe having a TV channel will help you get out there a little bit more. It's just another avenue. And as Dr. Caldera said, this is significantly cheaper than the Lions Roar that we do every year, where that only goes out 6 or 7 times a year. So it gives us 24-hour contact, six times a year.
6 times, yeah.
So I mean, it's significantly cheaper.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Martinez, did you have your hand up?
Yeah.
Okay. Go
I
ahead,
just
please.
did a quick search, and PEG expenditures support the production of public educational and government programming through the acquisition of video equipment, the training of students and members of the public, the staffing of production teams, and even in the case of San Diego library improvement. I don't know what that was. We'd have to do some research into that. But it looks like if we need to have, programming like you mentioned, someone mentioned earlier, we could show the 4th of July. We could show a lot of other content on there. We could even offer it to the high school, to Marshall, to have kids come in and get trained on it. I know, for one thing,
the sky's the limit on what we could do.
Yeah.
You
See,
know, that's what I like.
Like at KSAT, at our church, at our church, we had even students learn how to do technical directing, do the switching of programs. Well, think about it. If a high school kid can get trained on how to use the equipment here, a lot of stations on weekends need, or overnight, night, they need master control operators. So they could use that as a training to get a job.
That's way in the future.
So that's,
Trying to
yeah,
get
but
us-
that's,
and-
so I'm
okay.
just saying,
So
you know, we
trying-
could use, even think of possibly, if it says, acquisition of video equipment, we could possibly stretch that to improve our city council, because we're gonna be broadcasting from here. So there's a lot of things that, possibilities. There's possibilities there.
And then upgrading the community and conference center equipment as well, because we do stream town hall meetings and stuff like that. So again, you don't have unlimited funds sitting there, you have, limited funds sitting there, but I think it could help you with a lot of your technology
And
infrastructure.
then how is the PEG fund replenished?
They pay their 1%, I think it's 1%.
1% from their cable bill.
For their cable bill
Very good.
goes over there. And it's not like we get a substantial amount of money. You haven't used your fund for as long as I've been here, and you only have, close to 350,000 sitting there. And so once we use it, it's going to take a while to rebuild. And so again, this is a 3-year contract. If you find that in 3 years, nobody's watching this channel, they don't find it beneficial, then you can end your contract with Spectrum. But in that meantime, you have upgraded your facilities and your infrastructure.
That's right. I think it's a win-win. Okay, anyone else? Okay, so what's the pleasure of the council for the next?
I do have one more question.
Next
So
agenda.
the contract has to be 3 years? We can't do it on a yearly basis?
No.
No.
And it's a lot of money. And I hope you guys are not proposing that this is going to take the place of the Lions role.
No, I just wanted to give some context of this. You spend $36,000 a year in this. Here, you'd be using a completely different revenue source and have another community engagement tool.
Okay.
I mean, we could do,
And how long would it be to just check out other avenues that we may have available? I know that
Other
you just said-
channels?
Yes.
Other providers?
Right. Why not give them a chance to see what they can provide for us?
So we can reach out, but again, we started talking to Spectrum in October, and so that was the problem. In my experience and speaking with other cities and municipalities, they don't want to give up the channel, right? That is a $700 a month channel that they can have TNT on, TBS, some other more profitable, but they're required by federal law to give it to us. So there's a lot of slow reaction. So October, we're now in May, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. That's 8 months we took to bring you this proposal. And so we can go out there, but it's not going to be next week that I bring you something.
Okay, and my last one is 36,000 for a Lion Roar.
Yes, sir.
We need to get a different printer.
It's not that. I mean, we've done different variations of the Lions Roar where we sold advertisements. We've done, over the years.
but it's not on the agenda.
Yes, it's not on the agenda.
Yeah, but we can put it on the agenda.
Yeah, I know that. I was just throwing it in there.
I know. Just try, it's getting late, so we need to, but what's the pleasure of the council on the next, you want to put it in the
I'd like
consent
to see this
agenda?
on the
Or
consent
you
agenda.
want to go out for another one? Okay. What's the consent? Okay, all right, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Salinas, and I believe you're up next
So
on
I'm still
agenda.
next, yep.
7.5, yes.
Will that take long, because there's the gentleman from the last item, number 6.
Oh, I did not know, I was wondering who that person was in the back. Let's go ahead and take, if there's nobody has an objection, let's go ahead and take 7.6, presentation, discussion, and possible action on a resolution to authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with Burkett Media Management LLC to allow a double-sided digital billboard adjacent to Loop 410 at 5902 Bandera in exchange for $100,000 beautification impact cost. And Dr. Caldera, you're up. Thank you.
So you basically said it all there.
Okay.
It is, he would like to be able to put his sign up. You've already given him his variance. We do have to adopt our sign ordinance. That's kind of the exchange. We have to adopt our sign ordinance that will allow for digital signs at 410 and Bandera, and I think Roca gave a radius for digital signage there. And in exchange for that, he will provide us $100,000 beautification impact.
Okay.
So that's the
And I think you and I have talked about that, but there's no restrictions that this money has to be spent on beautification.
Correct. It would just go
Okay.
into general fund.
Okay, and free advertising to the city, are there any parameters or guidelines or anything
No,
like that?
if you look in the agreement, it's just kind of what we use already with CEIS. We put
right.
the 4th of July, road closures, any of our big events go on there, and we have a contact person, and so we would have the same contact. We'd have a contact person with Burkett Media to be able to post our big events.
And-
I don't usually do day-to-day events, but the big ones.
And I think he indicated that he was giving Leon Valley businesses a discount. Is that correct?
I think
Okay,
you mentioned that,
wonderful.
yes.
It says double-sided, so does that mean we're going to see it on Loop 410, but we're also going to see it on Bandera
No,
Road?
it's 410. My understanding is both direction on
Oh,
410.
both directions of 410. I was wondering, how is that going? Okay. I know, it's the way my brain works. Okay, anyone else? Yes, Mr. Stevens.
So I was gone the meeting y'all first discussed this, and I was curious about, are we so that contract where we're guaranteed time, are we guaranteed like a certain number of seconds per hour, or like?
That was what I was wondering
how,
about the parameters.
because that seems like
Yeah.
it should be written out.
Okay, I mean, we can certainly do that. I don't know if he'd be okay with that.
Yes,
I mean,
come on up, and if you'll introduce yourself again, please, sir.
With
Thank you.
CEIS, which is now MH Outdoors, because they just got purchased, y'all signed a 20-year agreement with them before my time. 20-year agreement with them, and it was just unlimited usage of whatever we needed, and they specifically highlighted law enforcement, and we had this conversation, like any Amber Alerts or any emergency stuff they would put up there. We don't take advantage of, like, we don't overuse them, but like if we had advertisement for open police officer positions, things like that, then we would be able to utilize some space. But he can answer.
Is it, yeah, is that written in the contract?
I have to go back and look. We changed that contract a few times.
Yeah, it is in the
Yes.
contract.
Would you
I'm
state
sorry.
your name
Yeah,
and,
Bo
yes.
Burkett, Burkett
Bo
Media.
Burkett, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yes,
Okay.
it is in the contract. We actually went a step further. A lot of times with the CEIS and then also with other agreements and other municipalities around here, it's usually just only on availability basis, or it's like 40 hours per year, and it could be at 2 in the morning. So what we do is we do a dedicated guaranteed spot that's full-time to the city. So the city gets a full spot, and you can have something generic running year-round and then plug in time-sensitive ads whenever there's like a July 4th event or something like that coming up. But we've done this in other municipalities around Austin. We did this in Liberty Hill. We've done this in Kyle recently, just up the road. Several cities in the Dallas Metroplex and Houston. So we've done this in a bunch of other cities, but we do give a dedicated spot to the city perpetually on the sign.
So can you define what that?
Yeah.
Because I know you define this for the vendors. So what is?
Yeah, sorry. So it's regulated by TxDOT, and TxDOT on all outdoor advertising, they handle all permitting. So we have our TxDOT permit. We have to go by their guidelines. So on a digital billboard in Texas, anything within 660 feet of a maintained road requires a permit. So on that permit, we follow their regulations, and it has to be an 8-second static image. It cannot be animated. And again, then that's part of the FHA and just everything from a safety standpoint. So you guys are getting one of those 8-second guaranteed spots on the sign perpetually.
8 seconds?
And is there a specific cycle?
Yes. So there's
8 seconds per.
There's 8 spots at 8 seconds. So it's a 64-second loop. So
Okay.
there's a total of 8 spots. So there could be 8 businesses, and you guys are one of those 8 on that sign, and it's in the agreement. Yeah, it's in a cycle. So the way it's written out is, there you go. He probably found it for you. But yeah, so you're getting one dedicated spot on the sign.
Oh, okay. And so how long is this agreement for? I didn't print it out.
40 years.
40. Okay, good. I think that's better than we did with the CIS. I will tell you, in general, I am not in favor of these. I think it's wrong for government to give a monopoly to a specific vendor. However, we have not been, at least I haven't been approached by any other vendors, and I haven't seen any other plans. And this is the least likely location to affect residents that live in the city, because it's right next to
It's on
tons of
Loop
businesses
410
and stuff.
now. That's the right place to put
and
it.
I think that's a very generous offer to the city. So how quickly do y'all, say there was an emergency, how quickly are you able to add a slide or add an update for the city?
It's usually within, if it's during business hours, it's usually within an hour, but it's always within 24 hours.
Okay.
So yeah, it's, if it's during 8 to 5, we have it up within that same business day.
Okay, cool.
And we are part of, like, I think Amber Alerts were mentioned earlier, but that's something that with TxDOT we do. So if there's a FEMA disaster relief, Amber Alert, anything like that, any kind of weather announcement, we're in this national or statewide network for that as well. So that's provided to as a civic service.
Well, where is your next closest sign that your company controls?
I just put up a new digital billboard at 281 Redland in San Antonio, and I had to take down 4 signs in San Antonio to get the credit to do that. But that's a sign I just put up on the right-hand read going northbound into Stone Oak, so that's probably the closest one to you.
Okay.
But I have them all over Texas.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay, so may I have a motion? Yes.
I'm sorry, I so move. I know that we're reading, very inquisitive last time you were here, so I'd like to, that we approve 7.6, giving the manager authorization to go in agreement with Burkett Media.
Right.
I'll second it.
All right. Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Orozco and a second by Counselor Bradshaw to approve 7.6 as presented, the agreement with Burkett Media Management, LLC. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Mr. Burkett. We really appreciate your patience with this tonight. I kept thinking, who is that man back there? He must be really interested in something. It was the last agenda item. So thank you. You're very patient. Really appreciate it. All right, now we're going to go back and talk about the sign ordinance, and we are able to vote on this tonight, if the council so chooses. 7.5, discussion and possible action on an ordinance to amend Article 3.04 of the Leon Valley Code of Ordinance, sign ordinance. And again, our first read was held on April the 16th. And Roque Salinas, our Director of Economic Development Director, is here to continue the discussion.
Yes. All right, Council. So this is a follow-up item. And we removed in the packet the first confusing red line version, so you have a cleaner version
yes, I
this
got
time.
That, finally.
And so looking at this version, we've made very minute changes based on Mr. Stevens' request for us to look into political signs on polling locations. We've reached out to other cities, and other cities do not enforce anything on top of what's required by state law, unless it is a public safety issue where they're having it on the right of way, unless it is on private property. They can have as many signs on the polling location.
Okay.
So whoever gets there first, I know that the city of San Antonio, where I live, there's a library. They draw a line with chalk. This is a state requirement. You can draw this, and if you want to have 1,000 signs on the grass, then you can. And so the city of San Antonio, along with any other cities that we spoke to on that list, don't want to get into that legal fiasco of political signs and state requirements. So we made no changes to the ordinance. We made no other restrictions. We left it as is, and then we didn't make any changes to any of the other signs because there was no concerns besides the political signs.
Okay.
On that note,
yes,
I'm sorry. I don't
Mr.
want to-
Orozco, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you go any further, on the political signs, and that's what really got me involved to begin with, what's the time frame that you're allowed to put a political sign in the voting place? When I was running the first time, they said, oh, no, you can't do it until the day of, and it kind of messed up. And some are doing it the day before, 24 hours before. So what's our time frame allowing people to put political signs in our garden in a polling place?
At the polling place, right?
Yes.
At the polling place, so that's again, it's whatever state law requires. So state law requires that, state law allows you to put it the day of, whenever early voting starts or anything like that, then that's when you put it up. So we did not change anything like that. We are following the state law on that, and we're not making any restrictions on that.
Okay.
Whatever the state law is telling us to do, that's what we're adding.
Then they can just stay up through the election day?
Yes, and then they have to
There's
come down.
about 4 days in between early voting and election
and then they have
day.
to come down, I think it's 48 hours after the election day, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken.
Okay.
It's a
Let's go
week.
ahead.
A week.
It's a week?
There you
Okay.
go,
Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, so when I mentioned that, I was looking at the wrong version.
Yeah, I
think
know.
you were too.
I did
And
too.
so
It said 3.
I'm very
and I'm
happy
like,
with
what?
the new version, because used to that there was the crazy stuff in there. There was even crazier stuff in the last sign ordinance. So this one's a lot better. I think it's good to not address it, because then if the Texas law changes, we don't have to change our ordinance with it.
I just wanted to add, I know we're allowing wind waiver signs or flags. I don't know. and we used to restrict them, but I'm just wondering if we should limit the wind waiver. I know nobody else does. I've seen your thing.
We're limiting it to 20 feet from the door.
I know, but I mean, all the time. I mean, maybe
Yeah,
should we just
yes.
do it for, like on the temporary signs, you're able to do it, I can't remember, every 6 months or something for some, so for, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out. I know that we didn't talk about that last time, but I was just thinking as I'm driving along, I mean, we're just trying to clean up and beautify our city, and sometimes we have sign pollution big time. So anyway, that's all. I'm not hearing any movement from my colleagues, but anyway, I thought I'd throw it out.
We 100% restrict them.
Yeah.
They're not allowed.
The
We
new
allow
version
one per business within 20 feet of the door, and so
But all the time.
all the time. That is
Yeah.
correct.
Mhm.
And so we are the only city that outright bans them. Our ordinance update still would not allow them to be on the right of way. So if you see them on the right of way, they're still illegal, and that's throughout the city of San Antonio and all the other cities in the area. So the problem is that when you go into San Antonio, you see them on the right of way, and people think that's okay. The issue is, fact of the matter is, City of San Antonio has bigger things to deal with, and they're not worried about those things. So that's why you see them all over the right of way. But that is illegal in San Antonio also. So we didn't make any changes to that. You cannot put anything on the right of way. We're allowing one because as I go on to speak to the businesses, that is their biggest thing. They buy one, it's $300, $400, $500 depending on how many you buy. And I think that if you're on your property within 20 feet of the door, you can have one. I think that's a compromise for us to have. If the council wish to go another direction, just let us know and we'll remove
Well,
it. and
what
we'll
what
keep it
about
open.
a shopping center? Would that mean that
One.
every business, just
Yes.
one for the whole shopping
Nope,
center?
one per business.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Again, that's your discussion. If you all want to change
No,
that, just
that's-
let me know.
I didn't mean to upset the apple cart, but the more I thought about it and saw, anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Well, I've
but-
been here when y'all have allowed them, and I've been here when y'all have restricted them. And so I've seen it both ways. I've been here when they've been everywhere. Now, do I think every business in a shopping center is going to run and go get a flag? No, probably not. They are pricey. And so you could take a look, see how it works with this, because when y'all allowed them. And so they were, I mean, it was everywhere.
No, that's why
With
we
the
restricted
limiting,
them.
when you're limiting one, when there's a fad in a business, right? Whether it's, let me do a painting on the window, everybody wants to paint their window. Let me do a flying banner, everybody wants a flying banner. So, you could try it out, and if you start seeing it as a pollution situation, then you can remove it. We tried a long time. If you look at Arby's, when they did their sign's a monument sign, because under the sustainability overlay, when they redid their signage, their sign had to be to the ground. Arby's is upset that we've removed the sign because they wanted their original sign. So we keep going back and forth with the sign ordinance over the years, and
true.
I think it's just frustrating for the businesses, that we keep flip-flopping. So, again, it's just a way for them to advertise, but
Okay.
we're open to whatever.
Yeah, well, I thank you for listening, and it's up to the council, and we are able to vote on this agenda item tonight. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So I understand your concern, Mayor, but I don't think that it's, you're gonna have 20 businesses in a shopping center that they're all gonna put their flags out, I more think it's like when there's a promotion or a sale, they wanna let people know about it.
Sure.
And, I'd rather see a few signs here and there than drive through and just have a bunch of businesses that are empty. I'd rather have people shopping at these places and actually giving business, so.
And like Dr. Caldera said, we can always relook
Yeah,
at
if
it
we
if
see
it
that it's a
becomes an
problem, we
issue.
can
So
go
I
back
think
and-
I'm glad, I'm good about that, so thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
to approve as presented.
All
I'll
right.
second that.
We have a motion by Counselor Campos and a second by Counselor Martinez to approve the sign ordinance as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Mr. Salinas, for your efforts. And the
If we
committee
could-
too. It was the
right, if we
Community and Economic and Community Development Committee that went through this, so we thank them as well. So
That's what
anyone
I
else?
was gonna add.
Yeah.
And- And that's what I wanted to add. It's been 5 years since this has been open. Isn't that right?
I get to close it out on my pipeline.
Cross it off.
I'm so
So,
excited.
But congratulations to the staff, and thank you for the Economic Development Group. And like I say, it's been 5 years that we've been working on this.
I did promise them that I would note that that was the last project y'all have given them, so if you have anything else that you would like for them to review, they stay in standby.
Okay, excellent, thank you. All right. Agenda item number 9 is request from members of the council to add any future agenda items.
No citizens to be heard, Mayor. Skip to 8.
Well, Ms. Posley called me last night, and she said, Mayor, I made a mistake. I added a second citizens to be heard, and we had already eliminated that and just had one, so I scratched it out. So
But do we have to abide by the agenda since it's there? We got to do it?
Well,
We've got some new
You
Boy
can
Scouts
do
who
it.
just-
I would just do it.
anyway, so I scratched it out because that's what I was told to do. So anyway, go ahead. Anyone that would like to add anything? Oh, I'm looking at Pat and Maria and.
I think there's some Boy Scouts trying to earn their badge.
Yeah. Did the Boy Scouts want to say anything? Come on up. Oh, he's gonna encourage him. Yay. All right.
Waited all this time.
Good evening. Come on up. We don't bite. And you want to state your name and what troop you're with and what badge you're working on, and anyway, but welcome. To the microphone. There you go. Oh, we need to turn it on.
There's a button on the bottom.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Salinas. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Emiliano Saldana.
Okay.
And I'm in Troop 405. And
What badge are you getting?
Yeah.
Tenderfoot. Yeah, Tenderfoot.
Tenderfoot. Okay.
Hmm?
All right.
And oh yeah, mostly him. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Sebastian, I got it. What's your last name, Sebastian?
Saldana.
Saldana. Y'all must be brothers.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're working on finishing up your Arrow of Light for your CubSat so you can move up to your Boy Scout, and you wanted to know what important things that the city council was working on for the community.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You just heard, we just got our sign ordinance passed.
And now you want to run for office, or you want to be a city staff person, right?
On city council?
Yes.
Best snacks.
Awesome.
And we actually have an Eagle Scout.
We
right
do.
here.
Mr. Bradshaw's an Eagle Scout. Was an Eagle Scout. Always an Eagle Scout.
Always an Eagle.
That's right. So, but we appreciate you being here. Is there anything else you have?
Oh, we were thinking about maybe at Raymond Rinkus, better soccer fields,
All right.
and paint, not paint, but paint on the field for
Stripes.
Oh, the stripes on the field?
Oh, like for a Boy Scout project where you'd earn.
No, they would like for us
They
to
want
add
us to
stripes.
paint it.
I thought you were going to do it.
Hey, we take input.
We've had Boy Scouts do a lot of different projects in our city, so that's what I was thinking. Okay. All right, so noted that you want lines on the soccer field.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
We will so note it. All right, thank you, Saldana brothers. We appreciate you being here this evening. Thank you. Our future leaders, you bet. Okay. All right, does anyone have an agenda item that you'd like? Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
I'd like to have the sign ordinance back. No, I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
no.
No, I think we should look at the costs of the Lions Roar to review the costs, since it was brought up earlier.
Man, I'm sorry about that. I was just
No,
trying
no,
to figure.
late
You're
now.
well, you are during your budget. It's a line item in your budget.
Okay.
Just
well,
go look at the USPS,
I
and
just
that'll
want to see
answer
the
your
breakdown.
question.
Is it all mailing costs? Is that why?
Probably.
The majority of it's
They're freaking
mailing, some of it's
mailing.
printing.
Yeah, it's a pretty slick piece, and it's a lot of color.
Olsen, I think we could hire somebody to go door to door and hand them out.
You're hired. You need a job.
But you will review it as part of your budget.
Some people.
I just had something really quick since I've been going door to door, and I don't know if some of y'all have heard. at the door if you were at the door, but the citizens are really, they've got so many questions about safety and can this person do this, and can this person, and it's always kind of goes back to the police department. And so I was just wondering, and I think I mentioned to you, and you said, well, Mayor, that wouldn't do it. I thought a neighborhood watch, citywide, program. Well, and you said, no, that wouldn't address it.
That wouldn't have fixed the problem that
Okay,
you were asking me to
that
fix.
I was asking you, but how about a citizens police advisory?
You have a citizens police advisory
No,
committee. What are you
no. A citywide meeting, so people can come and ask questions.
That's what you do at your coffee. So my suggestion,
All right, never
my
mind.
suggestion would be that you need a Q&A, a fact sheet, and so I'm going to put something together for the Lions Roar and we can post it.
Okay, good.
People want to know what their neighbor, they want to tattle on each other.
Yeah.
So I will put together a fact sheet of what people are allowed to do and not allowed to do, and we'll go from there. And then maybe we can bring that up at the next coffee.
Okay, what do y'all think? Because, there's
You-
just
but
been a
that's-
ton of
that's-
questions, and, no, that's legal, no, that's, so, okay.
And
Sounds good.
a lot of ordinances have changed, and so we had some ordinances that were a little bit less flexible, and people got used to us enforcing certain things that we don't enforce anymore. And so,
Okay, I think that's a good starting
I'm gonna
place,
start
and if we
there.
need something else, we'll go from
Yes.
there. Okay, anyone else? All right, 9:59. We move to adjourn without objection. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening, and we'll see you on May 21st. I'll see the council on May 15th, though, 7:30 in the morning. Don't forget. Okay.